Good evening, everyone, from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. This is C-Squad coverage of the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. About 11 minutes of practice remaining for these players. C-Squad will try to work their way into the top 29 that will advance to tomorrow's Cashers round at 10 a.m. Eastern time, so not a lot of turnaround. The players here on C-Squad, if they make it to tomorrow, they might get 8 hours of sleep if they just go out in the parking lot and sleep in their car. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We'll get you a little more detail with player introductions, scores from A and B Squad, and we'll have Mickey Hyman in the booth again. Games 2 and 3 is C-Squad. Talk about some PBA bowling from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. So once we get Mickey in the booth, if you get questions, drop it in the chat. 10 minutes of practice remaining. Enjoy it. Fresh application of the Albee pattern on the lanes for these players here at Almar Lanes. And from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio, this is C Squad qualifying for the PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Good evening, everyone. I'm $2 Phil Brylow, bringing you through the final 8 games of the day. A and B squad array in the books. We'll go over some of those scores during game 1, and we'll get you some player introductions here on C squad during that inaugural game of the squad. Scoring pace, pretty middling, I guess you'd say, with this Mike Albee pattern playing a little tough, and the lanes here at Almar Lanes not exactly the most forgiving, no matter what the condition may be. All 16 lanes in the center in play, and we will be underway at the conclusion of practice in about 30 seconds. Thanks for joining us on the PBA YouTube channel. If you have any questions about this event or about the PBA50 Tour in general, drop them in the chat. I'll try to answer them for you. If I can't, we'll try to find the answer out there in the wonders of the internet. And let's get announcements in from Bobby Jekyll, and this squad will be underway.
Rookie bowlers, open your practice, please. Cycle the swing setters in the first ball cycle. Spectators and fans, as a reminder, please turn off those cell phones. Place them on silent mode. No flash photography, no flash video. No stream your signing of autographs. The bowlers are greatly appreciated. Thanks again for Phil Rilo for being here. Broadcasting this over PBA YouTube TV, as he'll be here till the final ball tomorrow evening. I'll be doing updates after each of their games to be able to follow along this using intention. Make the top 29 advancing to tomorrow's semifinal action. Bowlers, when your arrows come up in your local record pins, you begin your 8 games of qualifying the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open. Presented by UE Squared, Chris Lindquist, Progressive, Gerdeman Insurance Agency.
Thank you, Bobby Jekyll. Bobby will be celebrating his 20th anniversary with the PBA tomorrow. Congratulations, Bobby. Thanks for everything you've done for this Central region and the PBA as a whole over the last 20 years. Let's get you your player introductions here on lanes 1 through 4. Your bowler A on 1 and 2 is Mike Webb, John Dudek, your bowler B. Don Hogue, your bowler C, and Eugene McCune, your bowler, Hogue is your double A, McCune your double B. 3 and 4, Todd Chell is your A, Bill Fabian, your B. Randy Weiss, your C, make it double A. You think after 16 games already I know the letters. And your double B on 3 and 4, Norm Loescher. It's going to be a late night for these C squad bowlers with this 7:45 start. With probably around 4.5 hours for the squad time. That means they're going to get done about 12:15 a.m. And if they make part of that top 29 for tomorrow, they are going to be lucky to get 8 hours of sleep before they come back here. So a little bit of an endurance test for these C squad players if they make it to tomorrow. Thanks everybody for dropping in. Thanks in the chat. Welcome back, Joe. Rebecca, thank you very much. Glad to be here. 4th year we've been with 10 on the Deck Productions in Bowling Green. Glad to have Bill and Yogi Wamas, our host proprietors, taking care of business to get me here. $2 Phil Brilo. I am 10 on the Deck Productions. I'm your producer, director, audio guy, camera guy. You name it on the production here. I'm the man doing it. So if you're used to coverage on other live streaming channels, you might not get as much of the chatter that you get, but you're definitely going to get all the coverage as we have all 16 lanes in play. If you look at the description underneath the video that you're watching, you open that description up, you'll see the links to the 4 sets of pair feeds, lanes 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, and 13 through 16. So you can watch those pairs with the ambient audio. My advice is right-click on those pairs, the one you want to watch. Let's say you want to stick around and watch Mike Webb all of game 1 as we bounce around through the center here in the main feed. Right-click lanes 1 through 4 open in a second tab. You'll still get the audio off the main feed, so we'll give you score recaps, updates, hot hands. We'll have Mickey Hyam in the booth. We're talking about some of the PBA experiences he had in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Long-time tour player. And then you can follow your favorite player as they move across the house on those pair feeds. Bowler on top of the standings right now, the one everybody's shooting for to get into tomorrow is Steve Kenyon. Kenyon and A squad put together a plus 244 block, a 230 average. His only real stumble was in Game 7, 188, but that game was clean as well. He just could not find a way to carry. On lanes 9 and 10. If he stays in the number 1 spot, makes the stepladder on tomorrow afternoon, Kane's going to need to find a way to carry in 9 and 10 because that's the championship pair. Joe Fulner, second, plus 223. Mika Koivuniemen, winner of the Almar Rib Award. He's going to get a free rib dinner tomorrow night thanks to Bill and Yogi Wames for having all 8 games over 200. Mika finished at plus 197. Ron Hurt, fourth at plus 184. Michael Zarnik, fifth at plus 173. Tony Ivanovic, sixth at plus 164. John Conroy just a pin behind that at seventh. Corey Raktashel in eighth at plus 157. Brad Angelo, your defending champion here. He's won 3 times in this building. Looking to make it a fourth and back-to-back. Angelo plus 146. Ryan Schaefer was plugging along early in game 7 and 8. Got him a bit. Schaefer plus 140 in 10th. Number everybody's looking at coming into the squad is 20th. We're taking 29 players to tomorrow's advancers round, a.k.a. cashers round, a.k.a. more bowling. As the 8-game pinfalls from today will carry over till tomorrow. Right now, that man in 20th position is Gary Alstad at plus 73. It's just a basic guide. Cut obviously might be more, might be less. It might end up being Gary Alstad. You just never know. But that's kind of a target number. Bowlers want to make sure they get over. Of course, if we get a lot of bowlers here in C Squad that manage to get to more than plus 73, well, then obviously the cut score is going to go higher. Let's get you over to lanes 5 through 8. On 5 and 6, Eddie Bird, your bowler A, Tom Adcock, your bowler B, and Charles Farrell, your bowler double A. Only 3 bowlers on that pair. Next door on 7-8, John Brockway is your A. Chris Warren, your B. David Molnar, your double A. Curtis Matlock, your double B. And once again, this is a fresh application of the 39-foot Mike Albee pattern. About a 2.2 to 1 ratio inside to out. Little asymmetric, the kind of bump in the pattern with the oil. 3rd through 7th board on the left side, 4th through 8th board on the right. So not too much different, but the Albee pattern does give you quite a few ways to try to attack it depending on your ball speed, rev rate, and what piece of equipment you have in your hand. We've seen bowlers be successful with a little bit of swing and peel on the ball, like we saw Corey Raktashel earlier. And we saw some bowlers playing relatively straight, like Steve Kenyon, that had success. So no one way to get to the pocket here on the Albee pattern, but you got to find that way to get all 10 down. That seemed to be the problem all afternoon long. A little tough to get scores early. Games to really gather pins, game 4, 5. And then game 6, 7, 8 seem to be hold on for dear life. If you can get out of a game with 210 or 220, you're probably going to gain pins on the field at that point in time. Glad everybody's finding their way here to PBA YouTube. Want to thank Bowl TV and USBC for providing the rights to live stream this event to 10 on the Deck Productions. And would like to thank the PBA, especially Jeff Goodger and Janae Haggerty, for opening up the opportunity to stream this event on the PBA YouTube channel. This is a 10 on the Deck Productions production in conjunction with the PBA. And for those of you curious about 10 on the Deck Productions, check out our Facebook page. $2 fill and 10 on the deck. We also have some great stuff on our YouTube page, non-PBA related, with a lot of local bowling from the Milwaukee, Wisconsin area where I televise bowling 50 weeks a year, but 26, 28 weeks a year. We have the Brew City Bowling Show on TV as Chris Warren absolutely stuffs an 8-pin. Randy Peterson sitting in his recliner in the greater Orlando area just felt the chill in the force whenever an 8 pins left on a bowling telecast. He feels in that recliner, no doubt about it. Now, with the number of times that Randy Peterson bowled Chris Warren over the years, I'm sure that Randy can identify that Chris was the one that left it, sent the chill in his recliner. So some other notables in the top 20 right now that we did not give their scores on. Mike Diaz, plus 108 off of A-Squad. Tom Hess. Boy, Hess had an up and down day. Came out of the gates 237, 269 to get the plus 106. And he added 1 pin to that plus total out of his other 6 games. Never had a game below 187, but also then never had a game higher than 222 the rest of the way out. Hess still in good shape for tomorrow, but he's got a long way to go if he wants to make his way into the top 4 for the stepladder. He'll have 7 games to do it. Bill Watson plus 95, Jim Beaverson plus 88, Michael Haggett plus 86. Brian Schmidt with a nice comeback. Schmidt, after his first 3 games, was 30 pins under. Bounced back, finished 244, 225, 195, 204, 245. Get the plus 81. I would think that plus anybody that finishes at plus 81, it's got to feel pretty good. But Craig Auerbach in 19th plus 75 and Gary Allstott 20th plus 73. They got to be having a little bit of a sweat. I'm sure even Brian Schmidt's having a little bit of a sweat as well. If you're triple digits walking out the door from A or B squad, you got to be feeling pretty good about your chances, especially with 29 players advancing to tomorrow. There's also some extra opportunities for some super seniors and some super duper seniors to get themselves a visit to the pay window. As thanks to the generosity of the event sponsors and Bill and Yogi Wamas, there'll be 5 $500 checks written to the PBA50 players. Top 5 finishing outside the 29 advancers to tomorrow. And also for our PBA70 players, a.k.a. the super duper seniors. The top 2 of those players outside the top 29 will also earn a $500 check. Farrell with the toss, Farrell with the 10 down. Let's get you over to lanes 9 through 12. There you see with the open frame, Dan Higgins. Higgins made the stepladder here last year, ended up with a 3rd place finish. Higgins is your bowler A on 9 and 10. John Rakoski, your bowler B. Jerry Rich, your bowler double A. And C.K. Moore, bowling off the port side, your double B on 9 and 10. See right there, Moore just checking the footwork out. Get over to 11 and 12. John Marsala, who's won here twice in the last decade. Marsala, your bowler A. Michael Clark Jr., who finished 2nd here last year, as he was defeated in the title match by Brad Angelo. Clark Jr., your bowler B. Robert Newman, your bowler double A. And Ricky Bullison, your double B on 11 and 12. There is no match play in this event. Joe Dudley. 0 match play. It's all just piling on the pins game after game. We'll make some cuts. Obviously, the cut for the top 29 advancing in tomorrow. All that pinfall carries over. Those bowlers come back at 10 a.m. for 4 additional games. And after we get 12 game totals in, we'll cut to the top 16 continue to carry the pinfall over, immediately get into the round of 16 for 3 games. And at the end of those 3 games, we'll have 15 game totals. The top 8 of those will advance to the aptly named round of 8. 2 additional games will get us into our top 4 players, and those 4 players will be seeded by their total pinfall 1 through 4 into that stepladder. First place for the weekend's event, $5,000, thanks to the generosity of not just Bill and Yogi Wamas and Almar Lanes, but all the great support they get from the community. We're going to run the list of our sponsors here locally that make this great event possible and that great prize fund possible. There's your triple platinum sponsor, which are with UE2 and the Lindquists. Platinum and gold sponsors scrolling across your screen as well. There's about 20 silver and 20 bronze sponsors. We'll talk about those a little later in the block as Higgins gets the 9 to go late. And Bill and Yogi and the staff here at Almar Lanes couldn't pull it off without the support of the great local sponsorship here in the greater Bowling Green area. Pretty interesting watching earlier squads. There was a bit of urethane going down the lane early on. Even a few righties, lefties are able to stay into it quite a bit longer. But I think you're going to even start seeing some of the left-handers maybe jumping on a little bit earlier than they anticipated. And let's take a peek over at our final pairings, lanes 13 through 16. Just 3 bowlers on each of these pairs. On 13 and 14, Tom Doherty is your bowler A. Scott LeBeau, your bowler double A. Warren Eels, your bowler double B. And on 15 and 16, John Verbich, your bowler A. Tony Johnson, your bowler B. Eddie Graham, your bowler double A. Doherty, the first PBA50 world champion crowned on network television, CBS Sports Network. You saw that back in May. Doherty trying to play catch up to Tom Hess overall, however, in the PBA50 season points list for player of the year. Doherty may have the money lead, but Hess has the points lead with 4 regular PBA 50 Tour events remaining. Once the bowlers are done here in Bowling Green with this regional event, back to the national tour in Akron, Ohio, historic AMF Riviera Lanes. Starting Saturday with the practice session, Sunday, Monday qualifying, and Tuesday advancers round, match play, and stepladder finals. And you'll be able to watch all the PBA 50 National Tour action that remains on Bowl TV with your subscription. If you haven't subscribed to Bowl TV yet, this is a pretty good time to try. As you have 4 PBA 50 events you'll be able to watch, along with coverage from Junior Gold in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And the last PBA event in the continental U.S. for 2026 in conjunction with the PWBA. With the PWBA Storm striking against breast cancer mixed doubles in Houston on July 31st and August 1st and 2nd. So give it a try if you haven't yet. 1 month subscriptions available. And if you like it, turn it over, roll it over into a year subscription to follow. Some great bowling action you're not going to be able to get a hold of anywhere else on Bowl TV. Also, hope to have some additional regional coverage on the PBA YouTube channel that 10 on the Deck Productions will be producing into August and beyond. So lots of ways to catch PBA action on your laptop or casting to your TV sets. You see Eddie Graham stepping up, looking to put 269 on the board his opening game. Back-to-back spares, second and third frame. Scrambles the rack there in the ninth to make it happen. We mentioned you can follow every pair on the PBA YouTube channel. Double tab us. We know a lot of people do that when they watch Bowl TV. A lot of people do that with the regionals, 10 of the Deck streams here on PBA YouTube. Keep us on here in the main feed. We'll give you score updates. We'll follow hot hands, especially if bowlers are trying to chase down 300. We'll follow the leaders. And then you can watch your favorite player as they move from pair to pair throughout the 16 lanes here at Almar Lanes. I see the question in the chat, most throwing outside or are they more in the middle? It's pretty, right now, what the bowler's comfort level is. We see some players, especially left-handers, playing pretty straight up the outside boards. And we'll see some bowlers with lower rev rates. I don't want to say Dan Higgins is a lower rev rate, but he's playing it relatively straight. And then you get guys like Tom Doherty that can wheel it up and not afraid to do that here on the Albee pattern. So different ways to attack the lane, and right now the Albee pattern's letting you do that. Maybe by game 5, 6, 7, that might not be there, but it's there for now. Take advantage of it. So your bowler movement from game 1 to game 2, pretty simple. They're just going to move next door, except for 15 and 16. They're going to move down to 1 and 2. So if you're already double tabbing, you'll know where to follow your favorite player. So player movement and game 2 of C Squad coming up next. We'll give you a score recap off the opening game, and we'll have a special guest in the booth in game 2. We'll have another special guest in the booth for the couple games after that. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Let your friends and family know if they're PBA fans, they get a chance to watch some great PBA50 regional action with a lot of the PBA50 Tour stars here this weekend here on PBA YouTube. I'm $2 Phil Brylo. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Game 2 coming up next. All right, let's start you with coverage on 13 through 16. Marcella, Clark Jr., Newman, Walzen on 13 and 14, 15 and 16, Doherty, LeBeau, Eels. We'll go back and start following John Rakoski as well. Next door in 11 and 12, Rakoski with a big 264 opening game. We'll have Sammy V in the booth in just a minute. We'll talk a little bit about what he saw out here on the lanes today and what plans he may have for the rest of the PBA regional season. All right, now joining me in the booth. Glad to have him in here. Been a few years since, well, a couple years since we had a chance to chat because I haven't been around too many PBA 50 regional events other than here. But Sammy Ventura, thanks for joining us this evening.
Well, I'll tell you what, pleasure's all mine. This is kind of cool.
Yeah, I got a nice little setup here. People see the Bold TV setup, and they see me set up here, and they go, hey, is this Bold TV? I'm like, no, this is all me, man. This is all $2 fill. So we got the whole house covered. There's a regional in Lockport, Illinois. I covered Memorial Day weekend. We covered 36 lanes. We had all the pair feeds going for them.
Really?
So, yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Maybe they're going to have to call you a $5 fill.
Yeah, moving up in the world, yeah. We're going to replace it. It's no longer going to be a Benjamin. It's going to be a Phil.
I like it.
There we
I like
go.
it, man. I like it. You're doing a lot of good things. Well, you always have anyway.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It's so good to see you, and we're moving bowling right along here, you know? Aren't we lucky to come here?
Yeah.
This is like Bill and Yogi. It's like, oh my God, my home away from home.
I mean, you've been here, what, 14, 15 years in a row now?
I think it's like 14 years. Yeah, I missed last year because my nephew got married.
Okay.
And that was it. I can't believe Bakes isn't here. He's always here with us.
Yeah.
And the Bakes isn't here. He got injured a little bit out in Columbus, so he couldn't come. But he was regularly supposed to come. But what are you gonna do?
Right. So, but hey, you hit the lanes a little earlier today. You might not make the cut, but you're probably going to get one of those bonus super senior checks, aren't you? It's going to be close.
It's tight. It depends on when they go down. The 3 or 4 guys that are right in front of me, they're all super seniors. Man, where'd everybody get so old from? I remember I first started doing this stuff. I was only 52, and it's, I almost made the show here. Bakes beat me in the very first one I bowled in.
Okay.
He won. I got the chicken parm at the end with him though. Me and Yogi and we all went out to eat. It was and Bill. We went to eat in Toledo someplace, and guess who bought the Bakes? He won.
Yeah.
When you win, you got to buy. I think Mark Sabatine was with us here then too.
Okay.
Yeah, he was doing the lanes for the tour at the time, so it was fun.
It's just nice because no matter what, if the PBA 50 national tour is around here somewhere, Bill and Yogi will make the adjustments to make sure these guys have something to bowl between a couple of the national tour stops. And that's what's happening here. Like you said, a lot of the guys that are 60 or older were just in Columbus at the 60 World Series, and now a lot of those players are going to go up the road to Akron and historic Riviera lanes to get their chance to bowl there. Have you ever bowled at AMF Riviera in Akron?
Well, when I bowled, it wasn't AMF. It was just Riviera.
Yeah.
And, I forget his name right now. Mike Durbin.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He was the manager there.
Okay.
And we bowled a big league there on Tuesday nights, and it was fun. And me and Durbin became really good friends. And I was kind of in awe on bowling with Mike Durbin. He watched a guy on TV, the 3-step approach, the 4-step approach, the 5-step approach. I mean, he was just such a good person and a good guy. And you know what, though? That describes a lot of us bowlers out here. There's so many really, really good guys. Every once in a while, a guy gets a little irritated when he bowls, But overall, I'll tell you what, as I'm getting older, that's probably like 75 or 80% of the reason why I come out to bowl. Yeah. To see all the guys. Look at them all. Look at them all competing. They got Squeaks out there bowling. I saw this guy, John Brockway. I don't think he's a member, but he's bowling. I haven't seen him since I left Akron. He come up to me and give me a hug. I left Akron 21 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Or maybe 26 years ago. Yeah,
okay.
26, something like that. 2001. So 25 years ago. It's an anniversary to be. But I was at Fred Borden's house when I lived in Akron, and I ran a snack bar there, and all the PBA guys used to come in. And I wasn't a member. I had wife, kids, all kinds of obligations. I couldn't run around the country and bowl for the little money as they bowled for.
Yeah.
Well, the high rollers, it was easier. 10 days, out you went. If you were lucky, you came home with a lot of money.
What's the biggest cash you ever had at a high roller?
15,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Second place. I won 10,000. I don't know, a handful of times. And
okay.
7,500, 5,000. Then we had some good bracket runs too. But a lot of those guys went out on tour. That's when I got a little bit more paydays.
Yeah.
When Brad and Chris Barnes and they all went out on tour. And it's just like the pecking order. I moved up in the pecking order. Those guys are so great. Brad bowled next to me all day today. Such a hard worker. His ball always does the right thing. I tell you, it's pretty cool.
It's one of your 3 times in the last 6 years. That's pretty amazing.
Well, because if you notice, he makes the TV show almost every week when he bowls on tour. So you're bowling on the same type of patterns. and Brad zeroed in for him. They ought to let me oil the lanes and let the guys come out and bowl. I think if I oiled the lanes, there would be a little bit change of venue. I don't mean actually oil the lanes with the machine, but let me let me pick the patterns.
Yeah.
Let me put some oil to the right so my ball always doesn't duck hook from the right. You know what I mean? And let me oil more than 6 feet in the lane down the right side of the lane. What are you thinking? When's the last time we had OB because your ball didn't hook and somebody with a heavy roll can move to the right and play with heavy roll up the outside? Oh, you know what? I think when Nixon was in office, I think that's what I'm just kidding, of course.
Where was I at earlier this year I was somewhere, it was at the PBA50 World Series, and maybe it was a Petraglia pattern. And there were a couple of shots, guys got a little errant with it. And we saw a couple 6.9s picked off the rack.
Oh, yeah, that was fun. Yeah. That was fun to board that. But it just you got to make the patterns play different. That's why they're patterns. Remember when the patterns first came out years ago? The cheetah, you were on the gutter playing the cheetah. I mean, you were standing on like 12 maybe, looking at 1, 2, 3, right? And then when you went to the Viper, you moved like 4 or 5 left. You played that zone. And when you were bowling on the Shark, the real long one, you were in. And if you threw it out the 10, you know where your ball went? You got 3. You know what I mean? And all the patterns did what they were supposed to do. It was such a novel idea. Everybody plays a different part of the lane. Yeah. But now they all migrate, and by 3 or 4 games in, everybody's standing left and throwing it right. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I think the PBA is smart enough to work on that to get it to be a little bit more fair going forward.
Yeah. And
it's not easy, though, with the bowling balls and the surfaces.
Right. I mean, if you think about it, the original patterns came out 20 years ago. How many bowling centers have replaced their synthetic lanes in 20 years? And how much wear and tear do these lanes have, especially on the right side?
Yeah.
And then balancing it out where, okay, the righties got a lane surface that's 30 years old, and the lefties have a lane surface that's basically 5 years old because there's only 1/6 of the lefties. I do not envy anybody that tries to be a lane maintenance person.
It's hard to do.
Anywhere.
I run tournaments, and I put patterns and Sean actually helps me develop some patterns in a couple centers I run, and so does my buddy JJ. I'll reach out to him, the Kegel, and he'll help me get some patterns.
Okay.
We run the Rich Stratz Memorial at Town Bowling Center, and we run some stuff down at let's see, I always forget the names of everything, man. Being here live, it's a little different for me.
Yeah.
But at Ripix, we run some patterns. Over at Midway, we run some patterns. So, and of course, ideal lanes in that area. And you know what? We have different winners all the time, different styles. Every once in a while, the left runs wild. But, what are you going to do? That's all you can do.
So there you see Rakoski starting off now, looking for the front 4. He's your leader on C-Squad after the first game with a 264 start.
The guy, he's so good, it's silly. I would say he's underrated, but, I mean, how do you have somebody who does what he does all the time?
Yeah, he kind of, after the pandemic, kind of made a big splash on the 50 tour in a hurry when he made it out here.
Yeah, he just quietly goes about his business. He always keeps the ball in play. Doesn't make very many good shots. Bad shots. Yeah. Always making good shots.
He had one of the best answers. I was lucky enough to go up and do the social media for PBA50 for the World Series of Bowling, and it went around and I asked the guys some questions, just kind of mix it up, like okay, here and there. And one of the questions I asked the guys, and I'm going to ask you the same question, is if you could, cost didn't matter, if you could drive a classic car from tour stop to tour stop, what car would you drive? What car would you have? Like, if it didn't matter the cost of gas, oil changes, all that stuff, what's the classic car you would take from tour stop to tour stop, Sam?
Oh, I don't know. I'd probably take a big Escalade to put all my balls in.
Okay, yeah.
My balls and don't forget, the golf clubs.
Right,
yeah.
Right. John's answer? A limo that somebody's driving me around in.
I like it.
That was the best answer out of all of them.
Well, how do you know I don't have somebody driving an Escalade for me?
Well, you do have Tracy with you. You do have your wife, Tracy.
I'll tell you what, my wife is with me this trip, and I'm only 1/3 as aggravated as I would be. She's I am blessed to have her. We're gonna be married next month, 12 years.
Congratulations, sir.
We met on 10-10-10, which is kind of phenomenal.
Yeah.
And with that being said, after meeting on 10-10-10, I wanted to get married on 12-12-12. I figured as I get older, the memory goes away. I won't forget that. It's an important thing, Yeah. No, not her. She made me wait. We got married on 8-9-14.
Oh.
So how am I supposed to remember that? I just did though.
Yeah.
See that? But
8-9-14. I use dates like that. My wife's best friend, her and her husband were married on 2-2-2. 2-2 of 02.
Oh, that's perfect.
So it was easy to remember too. So
Yeah. So I mean, it's all kind of fun. Like my Uncle Louis' birthday's coming up. It's 8/27. He was born in 43.
okay.
But I remember he's 15 years older than me, and I remember the 8/27 only because that's the first day I ever bowled 300.
Oh, really?
In 1979, I bowled 300 on 8/27.
Okay.
So that's how I remember my Uncle Louis' birthday. It made it easy.
Was that like the first night of a fall league? 820, or
No,
was it a
I was bowling
tournament?
in a Syracuse Bowls tournament.
Okay.
And I missed making the show. I lost the last match, and we went and bowled what they call a special squad for the next week's qualifying.
Okay.
And I bowled 300 on magnesium pins.
Oh, wow.
And I'll tell you what, I was only about 180 something bowler at the time, and I was like nervous as hell. I'll tell you. And a guy, believe it or not, a left-handed friend of mine, Nick Morrow, he already bowled 300 like 3 frames before I finished. On these magnesium pins where nobody had ever bowled 300 before.
Yeah, because those things are like 4+ pounds, aren't they?
Yeah. I think like 312,
Yeah.
4 pounds, you know.
But they don't. Yeah, there's
They're logs.
Yeah.
Right? You can't, if you're not flush,
They
you don't
sound
strike.
they sound funny
Yeah,
when you hit them. Yeah.
Oh man, I'll tell you what. I can tell you what. The last one I got, I yanked the crap out of it, and I squashed it. And you never ever get a squasher on magnesium pins.
Right.
I got one. That was my claim to fame. But I can remember that, and ironically, my buddy Nick went and got married on that day, like a few years later, and he got married on 8/27, the first day he bowled 300.
Okay.
So that's kind of crazy, but funny things about this game, you know.
Yeah.
You look around. This squad's got a lot of people. I bet you there's 9 to 11 guys that make it off this squad. They got a lot of good bowlers on this squad.
Yeah. Well, if they make it 9, Gary Russ ought to be very happy because then he would be he'd be in the top 29 if Gary's watching right now because I know he's sweating a little bit. I see a couple other guys. I know Mike Haggard. Haggard had he was around plus 86, 87.
Oh, he's a lot.
Sweating too.
Nah,
you think he is?
Oh, he's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like I think about 12 got to beat him. Come on, that's a lot.
Yeah.
12.
Okay.
12 off of one squad's a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
And they're missing a couple guys in the squad too. I see a 0 over there.
Yeah, there's
a 0 over here.
three
No,
blinds on the squad. So,
So
yeah.
yeah, 3 blind mice.
Yeah.
So you instead of having 32 guys, you only got 29.
Right. So if you take 10 guys off the squad, yeah, there
That's
you
a
go.
lot,
That's a lot, yeah.
I need only 8 to make it. If 8 don't make it, I'm going to get a super
There
senior
you
check.
go.
But I haven't been having no luck with that lately, though, man. These PBA patterns, man, they got me scratching my. I would say they got me pulling my hair, but I can't really say that.
You had hair. You had a good head of hair at one point in time. You put some video out there from when you bowled in a TV studio in Syracuse back in the day. Saw that on social media.
Oh yeah.
Even with the yellow dot, you were throwing it real nice back then.
Oh, that actually was a hammer.
Oh, was it a hammer? Okay.
And it was drilled by Richie Spizzato.
Oh, I know the Richie. He used to do
Richie?
lane 1. Yeah.
That was. He didn't have lane 1 yet, but he was my pro shop guy, and he drilled the ball. He called it super leverage weight. Richie was actually a disciple of Mo. Mo taught Richie how to drill balls and everything, and they were both really smart with ball drilling. I mean, Mo was amazing. My friend for a long time. I used to run tournaments way back then, and I run them in his house and stuff like that. It was fun. I still run tournaments, and I work for the high roller a little bit. And the military boy, talk about nice people. I go out there. I spend 8-9 days with the high roller guys, Brad Edelman and Wendy and Norm and his wife, and we just have a great time. I walk the floor and I talk to people, and if something happens, somebody fouls or somebody falls over somebody or a fight breaks out or something, I break it up. You know what I mean? I only had to break up one fight so far. It wasn't bad.
Okay.
So, but we
wasn't like a Marine against a Navy guy or something, was it? They weren't arguing about their service.
No, those guys would kill me, man. They're strong. So they're just such good people. We have a lot of fun. I gotta tell this story. You don't mind, right?
Absolutely.
Quick story.
Yeah.
So they got this thing at the end. They draw balls, right? And it's a mystery score. Okay. And I'll be doing this in August. So they draw the mystery score, right? And if you have the mystery score, you win the pot. It's like $800.
Yeah.
That's like gigantic. And it could be anywhere from like 101 all the way to 300. Those are the balls that are in. So the first ball I draw, I think, is 192. And I says, the winner's 190. I says 192. Right? And this guy comes running forward, right? And he says, I got it. Well, I already know he doesn't got it because I got the sheet. Tells me nobody's got it, right? So I'm looking at it, and he goes, I put 192. I go, which game? The last game. I says, I'm really sorry, sir. It's the second game. really? I thought this guy was going to cry.
Uh,
I thought I stole money out of the guy's wallet, right? So then we go to second one. Then I got the third or fourth number. I said, all right, anybody with a 2 in the first number? And I say, you're out. This one starts with a 1. And I'm going back and forth. Now we went 7 or 8 numbers.
Oh, wow.
And I still don't have it yet. I think the record was 8 or 9. So the 8th one, I draw a number. I says, if somebody's got this number, I says, I never shook a man's hand that bowled 291.
Wow.
Right, so we drew 291 out, right?
Yeah.
So this is a really big part of the story. So 2 balls later, I draw another number. I think it's 202, right? And I look at it. There's only one guy that's got 202, right? So it's one guy that's got 202, and I know who it is. Can you believe it? I says the first number is just like the last number, 2. And the middle number, it's nothing. It's 202, I says, right? And they're all clapping, right? This guy's got 202. The guy that had 192, he bowled 202. It was his number.
There we go.
In game 2. And I cannot believe he came up. I high-fived him. He hugged me. He hugged me like I was his long-lost child. But that's not where the story ends. I tell you, this is unbelievable. So me and my wife are going. I'm working the night shift, right? That's the night shift. My wife and I are going to the pool in the morning at the South Point, right? We're going out, and this really good, stocky guy is there with his son. He goes, hey, aren't you the guy that drew the numbers last night? And I says, yeah. He says, I got to shake your hand. I says, why, did I draw your number? He goes, no. Yesterday afternoon, I bowled 291. You said you never shook the hand of a guy that bowled 291.
Are you kidding?
He goes, I had the front 11. I was so nervous, I cut it short. I made just a 7-pin.
Oh, my God.
I'll tell you what, I can't even make that up. Cannot make that up. It was phenomenal.
That's amazing.
Oh, I gave him a big hug, too. His little kid, we were high-fiving. It was so much fun. But I'll tell you, the bowling world, as much as I complain, and I do sometimes,
we all do. We're bowlers.
I'm around it in a million different avenues. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Competing, and I coach high school, and a little shout out to my high school guys this year. This year, Bainbridge High School, Bainbridge, New York, we win the MAC. First time in 10 years. I've been coaching there 8, and we had the MAC tournament. We win that. First time in 10 years. I've been coaching there 8, and first time in 23 years, we won the sectional Ds. First time in 23 years.
Wow.
Yeah,
so you got to go to a state event after sectionals?
Yeah, we went to the states.
Nice.
I think we finished 6th, so it wasn't too bad. We got to what they call state qualifiers, a little different, but it still was good. And my guy that was second high average in the MAC, Ryan Larson, he actually was a salutatorian of his class. And he was second high in the MAC, and he led our team and the whole MAC. In the MAC tournament, we bowled on a pattern. He bowled, they were hard. He bowled 630 and 660. And that's why we made it, because he smashed them compared to everybody else. He was 100 pins close to the next guy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, he did good.
Jeez.
So, and that's another thing, too. The youth of today, they're getting so much better. There's so much more out there as far as what the learning process.
Yeah.
Between the coaches and everything else, and
all they see on YouTube from the house and the Tang and Darren Tang and all that. Yeah.
Oh man, there's so much good out there as far as all the teaching goes. And I try to teach. You know me, I help people all the time. There's nothing better than helping people. And speaking of this, my mom Gwendolyn was 92. She'll be 93, right? She bowled like 3 weeks ago, 579.
Wow.
And she only had 4 holes. She bowled 5-7, 92 years old, right? She's using a little 12-pound ball. And she only had 4 holes. She had 3 splits and she missed a spare. And that's it.
579.
Yeah, she got about a 150 average, maybe a little less, give or take.
Still at 90, almost 93.
And she was so excited. She calls me up I got to call her up later tonight or tomorrow morning. Maybe it's getting late. To just tell her I didn't quite make it. But hey, who's got the front 8 over here?
Bill Fabian right now has got the front bunch, and I think it's let me check here on Warren's pair.
No, it's not Warren.
Yeah, Fabian just got booth cursed there. Let me see.
Oh, we don't do that, do we?
Oh, that wasn't even intentional. We didn't even say Bill's name yet, and he didn't care, so that's not on us. John Brockway. Brockway's got the front.
Oh, I gave him the shout out earlier. Yeah. You never know.
Yeah, so let's see if Brockway can finish the job. We'll stay here.
Yeah, I like it.
So,
I like it.
Yeah.
You get all the different guys. They're bowling, and they're from a lot of different places because the tour stop. It's like a tour stop,
right?
Anyway, And that was a goal of mine. I keep coming out. I would like to win a national title. I've had a couple seconds. I made 8 shows, but I never finished the job. But close though. I led one, and Walter spoiled my parade by having the front 10 against me.
That rat bastard Walter.
I'll tell you what, man. Don't worry.
He's done that. He's done that to hundreds of people over the course of his career.
He's just so good. He's just so good.
Yeah.
I was the first one ever to beat Walter Ray though, in the senior tour.
Really?
Yeah. When he came out and bowled, I was kind of lucky, and we went 7 games, and I needed strikes in the 9th and 2 in the 10th to beat him, and I got him, and I ended up beating him.
Nice.
3 out of 5. It was so much fun. It was fun. You know what? My blood was really flowing. I think that's a little problem with me. My blood doesn't flow as good as it used to. Maybe it's just thick. I've just been there and done that, and what a
how
spare.
about that?
That's Houdini right there. He's been on a hot streak too,
That's one guy, even though he didn't have the tour career or the senior. I mean, he's got a couple of USBC senior master wins. I don't know how many regular PBA50 tour titles he has.
I don't know if he bowls, he's in contention every time he bowls. You see how hard that 135-pound guy throws it? And he's got so much hand. Oh my God,
he's another one that should be in the PBA Hall of Fame just for what he's done at the regional level.
Oh,
I mean, he's got more regional wins than anybody else.
PBA Hall of Fame. There's a handful of guys. I can't remember them all on the top of my head, but Ryan Schaefer should be in the PBA Hall of Fame. He's got so many shows.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, I'm talking about on the big circuit, the U.S. Opens, the seconds, and you know what? Enough is enough.
I mean, 56 times on TV in his career.
That's amazing.
56. Yeah, he may have only had 5 wins out of that, but 15 times he was on a major TV show.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's unbelievable. You got to remember, he was always bowling Parker or Pete or Walter. I mean, he going and that's the creme de la creme.
Right. And he did it for more than 2 decades.
Yeah. He's almost 60 now, too. I'm not even happy to see him turn 60.
That's another one you got to go, that's another super senior check I got to fight for.
No, we got to make him make the finals.
You
know what? They might even get loose because they know they got that super senior check lined up. When I first turned 60, I'd get them all the time. That was nice.
Yeah.
But now we got invaded. Look at the 60s, P and Parker and Amato,
right?
And then you got Jackie J, and these guys are so good. And Lenny, he's not here right now.
Yeah,
but
Lenny did damage for a couple of years too when he turned 60.
Lenny was phenomenal. We both, him and I bowled doubles in 50-60 doubles. We bowled right, and actually won that tournament with Jeff Safino.
Oh, I know Jeff. Okay.
Yeah, when I was 60 and he was 59, we bowled together and we won, and we didn't even get a chance to run it back because he turned 60. So, me, I had to find a partner. So I found Lenny Bush.
You could do worse. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. We only led by 350 pins over second.
Huh.
Maybe 500 pins over the guys in 8th. And then they beat us in the first round.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the guy bowled 800. God bless him.
When you get the match play,
Yeah.
Lenny's still drilling balls and giving lessons here and there. I mean, he's semi-retired.
Yeah,
hanging in there, doing what he can. He's got a big fight ahead of him the rest of his life. With he's been a little public with the fight he's gone through health-wise, and he's still going through it. And he's probably going to go through it until that or something else. I mean, something's going to get us all in the end. But it's always good to see us. He's always smiling no matter what.
He is. We visited him on the way to Minnesota. And he just, God, I can still remember his hug right from that. It just started. Glenn Smith and I were out there and visiting Lenny. He's just, he's one of my best friends for a long time too.
Boy, that's a guy now that's bowling anything. I mean, all of a sudden you see Glenn posting on Facebook going, I'm going to bowl here in the South, and I'm going to go bowl a Southwest regional, and then I'm going to go out to the West. And I'm like, wow, that guy, since he turned 60, is bowling everything.
He is, and he just come to an end to it for a little while. He got burnt up a little bit.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
I hope he comes back out. Glenn Smith's one of my best friends, and I hope he comes out and bowls with us again. We're gonna bowl some regionals for now, but he's gonna wait. He's gonna wait for the new patterns for next year. He doesn't like the patterns. He's a little burnt and fried. He says, "I got nothing for me." He says, "Nothing." I understand he's going to. I ain't got a check yet, so I get it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So anyway, bowling's kind of strange. You can be bowling good in a lot of different places, but if you're bowling on something you don't match up good, you better find the new trick really quick.
Right.
Because these guys out here are good.
Yeah, because the guys will find the trick before you if you let them.
Yeah. You gotta,
No doubt.
Well, Glenn's got what he's looking for, though. He's very good.
Yeah.
When
Absolutely.
he gets relaxed, he won 5 tournaments in a really short frame of time, and he was bowler of the year twice.
Yeah.
In the Southwest.
Couple different regions. Yeah, same year.
I can't believe he's going to all these different places. You're crazy. What are you going there for? I'm going to be player of the year, he'd say. And off he went.
And he did it. So
he tried to drag me with him. I said, no, not me. I said, I player of the year of the East 3 times. That's good enough for me, I says.
Oh, man. Hey, Sammy, appreciate you sitting in with me for a game. It's been awesome.
You know what?
Best of luck to you the rest of the regional season out east.
Yeah, we're gonna bowl. I'm gonna bowl 2 more national stops. You can't win a national tournament if you don't bowl them.
That's very true. So which ones you bowling?
I'm gonna bowl Norfolk. It looks like my wife and I are gonna. I got my 50-year class reunion coming.
Oh, okay.
And then that's why I can't bowl Bills. I would like to bowl Bills too.
Right.
But then from there we're gonna go to Cancun for a week, and then we're gonna head over to Norfolk. How's that? Tough?
That's I can deal with that.
Yeah, I got some free rooms right on the ocean during that week. Oh my God!
Beautiful.
Talking about living large.
Yeah, and it's probably gonna be cooler in Cancun than it has been around here the last couple of weeks. Yeah,
I tell you, we're gonna be drinking some toddies. I can guarantee you, all inclusive.
Right.
And I'm gonna bowl this week. I'm headed to Akron. I used to live there. It'll be fun. I just hope I don't embarrass myself. But I want to see if I can throw some strikes, something different. Hey.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks very much.
It was a good time. Good luck to you in Akron and the rest of the season.
I hope you see if you ever driving down the road, you need somebody to talk to, just give me a call.
Hey, sounds good. Thanks, Sammy. Appreciate Game 3 coming up next, everybody.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Exact same game. Spinners are nicer.
All right, for those of you following your favorite players on the pair feeds, movement from game 2 to game 3, skip a pair, land on the second. So the players you see here in 15 and 16 just got done on 11 and 12. 13 and 14 we're done on 9 and 10. So you got yourself Brockway, Warren, Molnar, and Matlock, A, B, AA, double B, respectively, on 13 and 14. Higgins Jr., Rakoski, Rich, and Moore, A, B, AA, double B, respectively, on 15 and 16. We'll have Mickey Heim back in here in the booth in a minute or two. Got some housekeeping to do. Glad everyone's enjoying the live streaming this evening, and we just posted the live scoring link. I know you didn't get a chance with Sammy in the booth to go over the scores after the opening game, but you'll be able to go check them out and see what everybody on A and B squad posted already. You'll see C squad after the first game now. Give it a few minutes. You'll see C squad after game 2 as we make our way for the top 29 bowlers overall in the standings to advance to tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern time. All right, we have him in the booth on B Squad. We got him back in the booth here on C Squad. Mickey Hyam from here at, well, semi-retired from Almar Lanes. You used to do a lot with the pro shop here. Are you still drilling a ball or two here and there?
I had to cut back a little bit. I think, I help Kyle out a couple nights a week, but
Okay.
it as needed. But he's caught on real well and doing a fantastic job. Sales are up in the pro shop.
There you go. That's what we like to hear. There's so many pro shops nowadays, and a lot of it is bowlers getting back in the game. They might not necessarily be getting back into really long league sessions. Like, I know a lot of friends of my wife back at home, they love bowling, going out and bowling on their own. They used to go out a couple times a month as a group and go and bowl, and then they ended up joining a short season league that they do a couple times a year. So they don't bowl 33 weeks, but they bowl like 8 weeks, they stop, and then they bowl 8 more because they got other things going on in their lives. And it's pretty neat to see the number, especially younger bowlers that are doing that are getting their own equipment, their own shoes, that type of thing. And I'm sure that's probably helped the pro shop out here as well.
Well, certainly, the more traffic you have in anything, the more volume you'll do at each venue. But, you talk about short season leagues and so forth. Primarily, this is a extremely busy 16-lane center.
Yeah.
We're 5 on a team Monday through Friday here, and then some leagues on the weekend. Now, that's during the winter. But during the summer now, they've advertised what's called a Bad Bowlers League. And the house is full Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights, and some on Thursday. So, people like that concept of I don't want to be competitive, but I do want to come out with my friends and family and so forth and have some fun. And I'll sign up for an 8-week league and not be committed for 30-some.
Yeah.
But the funny thing that happened was we've been doing that for about 3 years now. And the first time around, we went around to them in the 8th week and said, we're going to start this again for the next 8 weeks. Would you like to participate? They all signed up. They all came back for another 8 weeks. But they didn't want to be committed to 8 weeks, but they ended up bowling 16.
Yeah.
So it's a funny thing. And that filled the summer. So then you're right back in the winter section. And yes, all of that new business, because first thing people do when they start anything is they want to have equipment.
Right.
So have ball, bag, and shoes.
Doesn't have to be the fanciest thing, the most highest tech thing, but if it's comfortable for them to bowl in, they're going to keep bowling.
Well, yeah, and that's the other thing. You want to match it up. You don't want your 16-year-old son first car to be a Ferrari. You might have a little trouble with that.
I'd hate to see your insurance rates as a family when that happens.
Yeah, it might be a little bit retarded there, but yeah. So that's the thing. In most cases, the beginner bowler is going to bowl better with the lower performance balls because if he happens to catch it just right, it doesn't hook 10 feet. So as you advance your skills, and then it's like you're going to be a fisherman. Well, you go get the cheap tackle and the cheap lures, and you learn how to lose them, and then as you get better with it and you like it more, then you add to your equipment. The same thing with bowling. Most people, they start out with ball, bag, and shoes, and if they find that they like bowling and they want to do more of it, then they start experimenting around with equipment. And of course, now the game now is sky's the limit.
Well, a guy knows his equipment here. You're just going to see him try to step up and convert a 10-pin on lane 8. Don Hogue runs the pro shop at AMF Riviera Lanes. Don in your lead on the squad, opening with games at 247 and 266 for a plus 113. John Rakoski in second at plus 90 on the squad. Eddie Bird third, plus 81. Dan Higgins Jr. fourth, plus 68. We'll go back and take a look at Rakoski and Higgins as they're on 15 and 16 this game. Eddie Graham John Brockway, John Dudek, Tom Doherty, and Michael Clark Jr. round out the top 10 on the squad. But, boy, you talk about a couple of guys that might, for a lot of people, have run under the radar for years. One of them with John Rakowski, especially as he's got a couple of national titles under his belt now. But Dan Higgins Jr., I mean, if you follow USBC bowling, you know a lot about Dan Higgins Jr. If you follow the PBA, you probably don't know much about him, but the USBC resume speaks for itself. I mean, 3 Eagles, looking at a 4th this year that would make him USBC Hall of Fame eligible with his team, Higgy's Aquarium, and that's been one of the best teams in the nation now for a decade plus, I would imagine.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about it. The people in Florida don't know a lot about giraffes.
Valid point.
So, Dan was a top player in the Columbus area, if not one of the best there. And now he's taken it and reached out a little bit more, but he still wants to maintain his business and, be able to bowl and take care of his personal life,
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's true with a lot of players out here. Is they're pro shop operators, they're bowling proprietors, they're plumbers or doctors, and but they love bowling and they want to compete.
Yeah. So there you see Higgins there going high, leaving the 3, 6, and 10. We just saw Hogue do the same thing, but Hogue, we go back to him here on lane 7. He's got the sleeper 9 pin behind it. So I just saw somebody drop the question in chat. What equipment are you seeing being used out here right now? I think all the urethane got put away, except for maybe a lefty or two.
I saw Daughtery was still using the urethane on 15 and 16.
I think he's down in 3 and 4 looking at him. I think it's still in his hand.
So, but that's no thumb, high rev guy with a lot of speed, and he likes to keep the ball in front of him. So, that's probably a pretty good choice. I'd look for him to, probably this game or next game to switch to something reactive and open the lane up a little bit more.
Is it just a matter of the oil on the front's going away, or the oil on the back getting pushed, or a combination of the two?
Well, yeah, you could say a combination of the two. The game is accuracy and action. So first thing you got to do is be able to hit the pocket. Then, after you're able to control the pocket, then you add enough angle or hook so that you carry all the pins. If you can, a lot of people they concentrate on how much they can hook the ball, and they don't have any accuracy. So, that doesn't work out well.
So let's see. Speaking of a guy that can be accurate, deadly accurate, Eugene McCune, and he can play it straight with the best of them. He can hook it with the best of them. That time he comes up a little high, about 4-pin high. And you bowled many a year on tour against his father, or his grandfather. I'm sorry, his father.
That's
Kevin's
his dad.
grandfather.
Yeah.
Who recently passed away.
Yeah. Don was the original inventor of the softer bowling ball that tended to hook more. I'm not going to say what it was.
There's a couple different substances that I heard.
It's funny. The first time I found out about that, we were out in California and we bowled a PBA tournament, and I'd made the finals, and I'm bowling Dale Eagle. Well, there's no condition in the country that I didn't hook the ball at least 5 boards more than Dale Eagle.
Yeah.
Well, this particular week, I can't get the ball to wrinkle. I mean, 1 or 2 boards, and I'm hitting it for all I'm worth, and it's 1 or 2 boards. And Eagle is in on the 4th arrow, sending it all the way outside the 2nd arrow and hooking it back. And so we bowled a game, and he beats me like 220 to 190. And I said, Dale, what's up? And he said, I'll tell you later. And so we get through, and we're back in the paddock, and I said, you think I forgot? I want to know what's up.
Right.
And he says, stick your fingernail in my bowling ball. I said, what? What do you mean, stick your fingernail in the bowling ball? He said, just do it. I took a chunk out of his ball. I mean, it was like putty.
Yeah.
And so, the players figured out that with certain chemical solutions, they could change the molecular construction of the plastic ball, make them softer. Therefore, they grab more. Think of it like a larger tire on a car.
Right.
And therefore, since it grabbed more, it could hook more,
Bigger footprint on the lane, just like a
Yeah.
snow tire.
Yeah,
Bigger
the
footprint on the road.
problem is that the chemicals they were using were highly volatile,
Oh yeah.
and guys were going back and filling a bathtub up with MEK stuff like that, soaking a couple 3 bowling balls so they could bowl the next day. And I'm surprised a Motel 6 didn't go up in smoke.
What was the lifespan of a bowling ball after they soaked it like that? I mean,
Maybe
a
one,
block?
maybe one tournament.
okay.
Maybe. I mean, the bridge would break out, the finger holes, because back then nobody used finger inserts or a thumb insert or anything else. There's
Right.
3 holes in a bowling
Yeah.
ball. Go bowl. And so that's the other. I said Motel 6. You know where that name came from, don't you?
No,
That was the price of a room,
$6.
$6.
Okay.
And Super 8, they were $8.
And they were super.
Absolutely,
Moved
first
up.
class. But, well, a Holiday Inn double was $15-16 a night back then.
yeah.
But it was in the 70s and the 60s. It was a different time. A dollar went a lot farther than what
Yeah.
I remember after I got married and we had a motorhome and we were out on tour and so forth, and I'd give my wife $20 bills when we got to the tournament, and she'd go to the grocery store and stock the motorhome for the week. For the week,
Off of $20. Yeah.
$20.
Yeah. Right.
And come back with change. So
But that was
yeah,
also back in the day where my dad could hand me a note, pick him up give me a note to hand to the cashier at the grocery store for 2 packs of Marlboro Reds and a 6-pack of beer, and they'd let you do it.
yeah, no problem at all. Everybody sends their 12-year-old for cigarettes.
Right.
Yeah.
Can't do that anymore. No doubt about it.
That's when in the summer you'd eat breakfast at home, and you'd leave the house, and you'd come back when the street lights came on.
How many tournaments back in the day were sponsored by cigarettes? I remember the Merit Mixed Doubles. That I remember.
The Winston-Salem.
Yeah.
That was our very first $100,000 tournament. 10 grand to the winner.
Wow.
And all the touring players, they put this board up, where they used to have the standings board, and right next to it was the prize money.
Yeah.
And we haven't even bowled a practice session yet, and they got this board up, and there it is, $10,000 for the winner. And we're all thinking, oh my God, can you believe we could ever make a small fortune bowling?
Yeah. I mean, $10,000, that covered all your stops for the season. Pretty much. Had to, yeah.
Well, I think my budget was between $300 and $350 a week. So, it's $100 entry fee, and then you got travel and lodging and food and so forth.
Apparently, John Koski forgot his fingers on that shot. He's got the 5-7 at the end of the lane. Picks it up like a champ, though.
No problem if you can make it.
Yeah.
Just 8 and a spare.
What the old move your feet 3 boards to the left and chuck it in the same spot, isn't it? I thought I heard Pete say Pete Weber said that's what his dad Dick taught him.
Well, yeah, that was for Pete. Now,
Yeah.
everybody else would move a board right with their feet and try and get the ball up in the pocket a little bit more. But
Oh, I meant
know.
on the spare. I'm not on the adjustment for the next shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
But yeah,
so you're
a lot of talent in those two.
right. So you were one of the first bowlers to ever shoot an 800 at the ABC tournament,
Yes,
and that was in 1977. And that's back in the day of the Classic tournament, right? The Classic division for the tournament.
exactly.
So you were the first person to ever do it in that division. Uh,
Well, I was the first to ever shoot 800 in the singles.
in singles, okay.
Yeah.
Somebody the same year had an 800
Somebody
or
the
something?
same year had a couple, 3 weeks, maybe a month before they had 800 in the team event.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
how-
pretty amazing.
Yeah, and that was in Reno at the old. It wasn't the stadium. The stadium
No, they had
was
they
built
had
20 years
yeah.
later.
They had the special build they had to do in the convention centers.
The convention center, Reno Convention Center. Yeah, but that was back when we had the ABC and the WIBC, and Brunswick and AMF would take turns going in, donating the lanes, setting them all up, so forth, and here bowlers have a tournament, and they'd have them pre-sold to a center that was going to open up in the area as soon as they installed them.
Yeah.
You know, and then the centers around was, hey, we just expanded from 32 to 48, and 16 of the lanes are from the ABC tournament. You know, a lot of centers that way.
My first ABC tournament, 1992, not too far up the road in Toledo.
Yeah.
So I think I barely had 1,300 for all events. I was a little bit nervous and a little too much left-handed that year, but I still ended up my ABC and USBC career average at 190 for a lefty. Not horrendous at all.
Oh,
my
no.
tournament average.
No, you know, depending on the error,
Yeah.
you know, there was a period of time between like mid 90s and maybe early 2000s and maybe 2015 that the scores went way up through the roof.
Yeah.
At nationals, but before that, you know, it definitely prior to 1989 in Wichita, it was tough.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't have what you call now patterns. They all the lanes, you know.
Yeah.
And back when it was still lacquer and so forth, you threw up the masking unit, you got the Hudson sprayer out, and you oiled the pin deck, then you oiled all the way back to the foul line, got the buffer out, and buffed it in the lanes, because if you didn't buff it, you didn't have that mechanical action between the oil and the surface. So the oil would just either run off or track down the lane. But with the electrostatic effect of buffing it, the oil would stay where you put it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like today's condition where you got a lot of oil in the middle and not much on the outside. Not in the PBA tournaments, but on the house conditions and so forth. So a lot more area to miss.
Well, and I remember reading an article with Jeff Riggles runs a great blog. If you're into bowling, he gets some really good articles that you don't get in Bowler's Journal or anywhere else. And you mentioned Wichita, and part of the reason why scores shot up so much in 1989 wasn't just the oil patterns being different, and they actually worked on the topography of all the lanes, and they actually made it where it was a little bit higher on the outside boards that kind of funneled the ball back to the pocket. And with the increased carry power they had with a little more swing on the lanes, that's why scores in the 89 started going up through the roof, because they tried something and they thought, here's why. The untold story is why scores soared at the 89 tournament. So, and they had they had more 300s almost in that tournament than they had in all the 80 USBC ABCs before that.
Yeah.
So
That's part of the science now, is what they call the topography or the flatness or curvature of the lane side to side and front to rear.
Right.
USBC, ABC, WIBC, whichever organization you want to talk about, has always had a left to right plus or minus 40 thousandths.
Yeah.
But there's no specification as far as up and down, front to rear.
Right.
We just assume that since they're basically at the same level, the follow line and the pin deck are at the same height. But they don't have to be.
No. And one thing they learned is that if at the pin deck, you slope it from the head pin, you slope it to where the 10-pin area is higher than the head pin area, ball stays in contact with the pin deck longer, it does more drive through
Right,
the
it's
pin deck.
rolling uphill and therefore more traction. On the other hand, they went to synthetic pin decks, and a lot of them weren't installed properly
Right.
or changed, and now all we got, they're a little higher, and they got a lip at the front, and you'd hear, when you shoot a single pin, you'd hear click, click.
Yep.
Well, the first click was the ball going airborne, and the second click was the ball hitting the pin.
I remember a bowling center in Milwaukee that was closed for a couple of years, so nothing being done there. I mean, literally to the heat in the summer and the cold in the winter, so everything throughout the building, expanding, contracting, stuff like that. And they had a tournament when they reopened, and there was one lane, lane 4, that everybody got to that lane, and if you hit light in the 1-3,
Mm-hmm.
you'd see the ball go airborne.
Yeah.
And after the 4th 5-7 combination in about 7 frames, they shut that lane down and shut that pair down and just dispersed everybody out throughout the throughout the center.
Yeah.
Because there was no way they knew there was no way it was coming back. There was no way they're going to fix that one.
Yeah, there's dowels there that they can go drill the dowels out.
Yeah.
There's a screw that is basically holding the deck up or down, and you can back off on that and raise or lower the pin deck. Those are things that the USBC used to check in every center every year. Now that's not done anymore.
Right.
So a lot of variables.
Yep. I mean, nowadays, as the lane surfaces wear and things adjust over time, everything settles over time, and it's fractionally. I mean, concrete settles, earth the dirt under it settles, and things can change from, 1 year to the next. All of a sudden, the pair that used to hook a lot in a bowling center, all of a sudden, like, why isn't it hooking as much anymore? Maybe something settled underneath that nobody can see.
Right.
So
I'm not sure whether you already covered this. I assume that you have, but the lane courtesy between the ballers.
no, I haven't talked about the double jumper rule. Why don't we talk about that next game?
Okay.
We're getting near the end of game 3
Okay.
here. We're going to get into game 4. Mickey will be with us for at least one more game. And we'll talk about some of the unique things to the PBA, like the double jump rule that I think make tournament bowling a lot easier to handle.
I've got a really good story about foreign bowlers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. He's Mickey. I'm $2 Phil. We'll be back after player movement. Your players this game going to skip 2 pairs landing on the thirds. The players you see here on 5 and 6 going to make their way over to 11 and 12. 7 and 8 go to 13 and 14. Mickey and I will be back after bowler movement. Today he told me this is a single day of qualifying. So by the time we're done, it's going to be out of the second day. So we'll start you on game number 4 on lanes 5 through 8. Dan Higgins Jr., John Rakoski, Jerry Rich, C.K. Moore, your A, B, AAW respectively on 5 and 6. Marsala, Clark Jr., Newman, and Wolzin will be coming on board on 7 and 8. They're just underway. We'll get you a 3-game scoring update shortly. We'll get a little more Mickey Hyam in the booth. Talk about some great PBA history. He's been there. Bowling's made a lot of changes in his years in the game, and he knows a lot about it. If you got a question for Mickey, drop it in the chat. We'll try to get it to him. When he comes back in shortly. Don't forget your competition tomorrow starts at 10 a.m. Eastern time for our advancers round. The 29 bowlers making the cut. We'll come back for 4 games of additional bowling. We'll add that to their 8-game totals from today. And they will use those 12-game totals to determine our top 16. That top 16 will bowl 3 additional games. Pinfall carries over. 15-game totals. Top 8 will advance. And then 2 more games. 17-game totals will get us to our top 4 seeded into a step ladder. That step ladder is scheduled to start around 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. That's the first time in a dozen years I've ever had the audio just drop out of my streaming program. So sorry if we've gone a little bit there without audio for you, but we're back. If somebody wants to drop in the, thanks for dropping in the YouTube chat. We lost sound. No, that was the strangest thing. I don't know what happened. But just like any good IT department, turn it off, turn it back on, and hey, we're back with the audio. I'm $2 Phil Brylo. He's Mickey Hyam. And Mickey, I'm going to let everybody know, go for the live standings through the link. You'll get your 3-game updates. Don Hogue still our leader. And we were just getting ready to talk about when we left game number 3 about some of the unique PBA rules and the double jump rule. And you mentioned something about foreign players. The foreign players I remember first coming over, Mats Carlson and Ameletta Monticelli, but when we were talking before the audio cut, you said those weren't the first ones you experienced.
No, before that, and I'm trying to remember which year it was, but it had to be somewhere in the mid-'70s. Brunswick had a promotion where they had a tournament in every country that they had bowling centers in.
Okay.
And they would qualify the top 2 players from every country. And then they had a tournament during it was the last tournament on the fall tour, and it was in Chicago.
Oh, the Brunswick World Invitational. Was that the name of it?
That's it.
Okay.
That's the one.
I remember that one now.
So here we are, a big Brunswick promotion. We go in and practice session, and here's all these foreign players, and every one of them's got an interpreter, and and we're bowling the practice session, and it's a pro-am later on, and everything's going along well. Well, and then the next day, it's qualifying time. Well, they got all these foreign players, and I mean, they're from Germany, Poland, Japan, all over the world. And so we start the qualifying, and it was customary at the time to give a pair courtesy each direction, and it still is. The pair on your left and the pair on the right, they bowl, and then it's your turn, and so forth all the way across the house. Well, so we start bowling, and the foreign players get up, grab the ball, throw it, come back, grab the ball, throw it, and oblivious to the people beside them. I said, wait, hold it. We've got a no jump rule. So then here comes the interpreters. They don't understand it. Nobody's jumping.
Right. Yeah,
they took it
there we
literally.
go.
And so anyway, it took a while to sort that out. But it turns out that everywhere else in the world, bowling was sold by the hour, not by the game.
Oh, okay.
So in Germany, for instance, for a 5-player team, you'd pay for 2.5 hours of bowling. Well, you'd practice for 15, 20 minutes. They'd agree to start, and you'd bowl your 3 games of League 5 on a team.
Yeah.
And they bowled in an hour and 45 minutes because there was absolutely no waiting. As soon as the ball came back, you grabbed it and threw it. There was no posing. There was nothing else. Fast as you could get the ball down the lane. And because they were being paid by the hour.
Yeah. Okay.
And so that, and the other experience then is at that time, obviously it's different now. But a lot of the Germany, Poland, those type of countries over there, they were kind of casual about bathing. So after an 8-game block, it became difficult to stay in the bowlers area. So that was funny. But go back to the PBA rule.
Yeah.
We try and make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity to concentrate on our shot and make a good shot. So in order to do that, we ask that players give courtesy on the pair to the left and the pair to the right. So if, let's say you're up on lane 6, well, the bowlers on 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 are giving you courtesy while you're bowling, and then it's their turn to bowl. So it's every other pair across the house. If you watch the bowlers, there's somebody up on every other pair. And we found that that's the most expedient way to do it, while at the same time giving players the right ability to concentrate on their own shot.
Yeah, and it takes a little effort because, as you said, you have to watch the pair. So you might be 3 lanes away from a player that has the right of way that you're not jumping, and it doesn't take a long time for players to get used to that if they're just attentive.
Yeah, and that's what throws a lot of newer players off is they think, well, it's 2 lanes this way and 2 lanes that way. Well, no, it's 3 lanes one way and 2 lanes the other way.
Yeah.
It's the pair.
Right.
So, you know, in this house, it's 16 lanes, so we got 8 bowlers up getting ready to make a shot right now. And as soon as they make their shot, the other pairs that weren't bowling, they get up and bowl.
So yeah, it's great to see that. And I know with the wonders of technology, it used to be that a regional director would have to sit there and try to explain it to people. Now, before a PBA tournament, there's been videos created that shows the double jump rule and how it works. It actually shows red and green, where who's going, who's not supposed to go.
Mm-hmm.
And if the new players to a PBA event take a look, watch that video, they should be able to walk in and be able to
Like
handle
they've done
right
it
away.
before? Yeah.
Yep. Somebody's asking if you saw Bob Tice lately. I'm not sure who that might be.
No, I have not.
Okay.
It's been quite some time.
Somebody used to bowl with on tour or bowl here locally?
There's so many people that I've been associated with over the years in bowling and been very fortunate. But the name is familiar, but I can't tell you where and he was probably my roommate for 3 years on tour.
Okay.
But
Yeah, life becomes a blur after a while. I know A Squad's melded into C Squad here for me today. So a little while ago, I started looking for Steve Kenyon, and all of a sudden, no, Steve led A Squad. Steve's not going to be here right now. He's going to be in the comfort of his hotel room resting. So, hey, we got a front bunch here on 9 and 10. Let's get over there momentarily and see who that may be. That would be Warren Eels.
got the front 6.
On the front half, yeah. So Warren had he's one of those guys just on the outside of the current cut number looking in at plus 47, but boy, if he just goes Dutch the rest of the way and puts a game of 240s on the board, that's a good way to jump up the leaderboard here. Doty, as we said, he's another one. He's had a solid night, but he's had a couple of shots he's had to get away from him that he's paid full penalty on. Let's see what Doty can do here. That amazes me every time he does that. And I understand he rolls the ball up against his wrist and he has, control of it. It's pressed against his wrist and flips it out of there. But that's still amazing that he can be going on that downswing so quick and still keep the ball in his hand.
Have all that momentum going down the lane and still be able to stop it, yeah.
That
Takes a lot of muscle.
first no thumber I saw was somebody that I actually bowled league with in Wisconsin. He wouldn't have had so many issues with substances. I really thought he was going to be a pro professional. I mean, a PBA Tour professional, but unfortunately things. He likes substances more than like bowling after a while. That sidetracked a bit. He was the first nose thumber I saw, and just watching him go coast to coast with a yellow dot back in the day was just amazing to watch. And then the next no thumber I saw
PC Masters 1 year on TV. So we have a no thumber with the highest game possible on a PBA show, and a no thumber with the lowest game ever on a PBA show. I mean, there goes a 35-way tie with a bunch of other people. So.
Yeah, the next guy that gets close is going to double good in the 10th frame, so he gets that out.
Did you see the gentleman in Texas over the last week and a half or 2 weeks or so? Started his night off with a 300 game. The next game had the front 11, and he was trying to win apparently this house or something in Texas. They have a 291 pot. If somebody will shoot 291, it's like $500 or something. Yeah. And the guy went for the one count. Right. He got 3, and then the last game he had the front 11 again. And got a 4 count, so he shot like 887. And he could have had 900 because he was going after the $500. And after a while, I get it where, there's so many people out there now that have, legitimate triple digits in different games. They go around and bowl league 5 nights a week, and they bowl in pretty soft conditions and such.
For years and years and years, the only game that was never bowled. It's been bowled since then. But you know what it was?
292.
292. Yeah.
Wasn't it Kent Wagner?
I don't
The
know.
former pro? I think Kent has every score from 291 to 300, and obviously 290 with a spare in the last 11.
Yeah.
But if somebody in the chat knows that for sure,
But there's several people that have got 290 with 13 strikes.
somebody's telling me to fix the audio. I don't know if they think maybe a little silent right now, or it's a little quiet. Let us know. Like I said, I'm the one-man crew here. We just had the audio go off between games. That has never happened before. So somebody can be a little more descriptive with the audio. Is it just quiet? Sounds fine on the iPhone, but techno sound on TV. It shouldn't be.
All right, everybody. I think we're back. The auto-tune part of it, I think we may have fixed it here. Please let me know in the chat. Hopefully we're not too loud either. I can always bring that level down just a hair. But let me know we're good once again. And we'll keep talking. Meanwhile, we got Warren Eels on the front 8. At least that's one thing with bowling. If you can watch it, you don't necessarily need to hear it. So I know it takes the chat a few seconds takes the internet about 15 seconds to process our signal and send it out to everybody. Yes, we are back loud and clear. Thanks, everybody. Like I said, it's the weirdest thing. I jinxed myself. I told Bill Wymas, I said, the best part about being here when you're familiar surrounding, everything runs smooth. 10 minutes later, hey, your audio sucks. Let's see what Eels can do here, 9th frame. Do you remember the last time? I know last year we had a 300 from Bill Fabian. Bill down at 15 and 16 right now, but 300s here at Elmar Lanes during this event are a little few and far between, and it's going to stay few and far between because Eels can't take that 9-pin down.
Historically, here the scores have been moderate, but we've had a few years where it's been really tough, and we've had other years where it's really high. But a lot of 300 games and so forth is not something that happens a lot around here.
Yeah.
It's a shame that the audio went out, and a lot of people missed my total explanation of the secrets of bowling.
Yeah.
But,
how to carry 80% of the time when you hit the
maybe
pocket.
tomorrow I can repeat that.
I know. I bet you there's at least a half dozen PBA50 players watching right now that are hoping to learn that secret and move up the standings tomorrow. Oh, thanks everybody for being patient with us. Thanks for being our troubleshooters as well. We always appreciate that. As with me here being a one-man crew, Mickey said it off air before. I need to do something less stressful, like air traffic control at Detroit Wayne Airport, something of that nature. But it's fun, and it's great to give these guys. I mean, sure, there's some PBA 50 tour guys that get coverage on Bull TV all the time, but the weekend guys that don't get off as much for hitting these events, like the Don Hogue. Let's get in, see how Don's doing here. Keeping the score sheet clean. No doubles, only 2 strikes out of 8 shots. But still a chance to get himself to 213 with a double in the 9th and 10th frames.
Eddie, there you go. Just made 4-9.
There we go. Former PBA 50 Rookie of the Year. Now that was one of my first years on extra frame. Because I believe Eddie's now a super senior, if I remember correctly.
Could very well be.
Eddie Graham is a super senior. So, yeah, he had a heck of a rookie season. Came close to winning a couple of national titles that year. And then a couple of years later decided, hey, I'm going to work a little bit more towards retirement so I can enjoy bowling a little further down the line. And now he's out here. I'm sure he'll probably be on the roster in Akron starting on Saturday for the practice session. You going to make the trip up and watch some of the guys up in Akron, or not on the schedule?
No, actually, I've got some other commitments at the time. So
Okay.
I'd like to follow it around at the same time.
Yeah.
It's kind of a busman's holiday.
Yeah, no, I get it. Absolutely. I mean, I'll be back home. I mean, I could have stayed an extra day or two, but I got some stuff going on. So I'm going to make my way back home, and the nice people at Bull TV. 4 national events to go. As I mentioned before, people, if you haven't watched it yet, check it out. Get a 1 month subscription and watch the last PBA 50 Tour national stops. Watch the PBA, PWBA mixed doubles, and watch some great junior goal action coming up from Minneapolis. So I saw the team here from Elmar Lanes, unfortunately, in the USA Bowling Finals. Earlier today got knocked out in match play. Back-to-back losses took them out, but a heck of an effort by your young players here.
Yeah, it was a good experience for them, and that particular junior gold. Seldom does anybody come first year and do well. It's a learning experience.
Yeah.
And if anybody has a chance to actually go and watch that in person, it's worth the trip.
Yeah. So we're going to get into game 5 here. You're going to have your player movement once again. This time they're going to skip. 2 pairs land on the third. So the bowlers you see here on 13 and 14 going to go. Oh, I'm sorry. They're going to just move next door. I apologize. I'm getting ahead of myself. Game 4 to game 5, just move a pair to the right. 15 and 16 to go to 1 and 2. 13 and 14 to go to 15 and 16, and they're on, and they're fourth. And Mickey, thanks for sitting in again for a couple of games. We're going to share some more knowledge tomorrow.
Absolutely,
We'll get you in
my
the booth
pleasure.
and hopefully use some of your experience on the lanes to talk us through the step ladder as well. We'll get you on and have you give some opinions, good shots, bad shots, what the bowlers are using during the step ladder finals.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
All right. Thanks, Mickey. We'll be back with game 5 in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Phil.
Was that one by consent? How good was that 197?
As we get into Game 5, once again, I want to thank Mickey Heim for sitting in the booth with us the last couple of games. I want to thank Sam Ventura for sitting with us in Game 2. Just getting caught up a little bit on the chat. Thanks for all the jokes. I like the General Grievous joke. That was good. Yeah. Thanks for helping us fix the audio issue. It's appreciated. I see someone has a question about Andy Neuer and John Marsala. Neuer's not here. He might be on the roster in Akron. Also, he probably I didn't really lock into the PBA 60 World Series of Bowling other than the match play rounds, so he may have bowled in that as well. John Marsala, he's in the witness protection program tonight. He asked not to be shown on the live stream. Somebody in the chat's asking about you, John. Sorry. Yeah, so he's just not having a good night. He was asking if you were bowling or not while you were here. He's throwing the ball, he says. Yeah, so a little something for you, but yeah. John's here. If you want to follow John on one of the pair feeds, you can follow him all the way through the rest of the night right now. Marcelo is going to be on lanes 9 and 10. You can follow him there. We'll get you the 4-game scoring update shortly. I saw a comment in the chat about how looks like C Squad's running them over. Yeah, there's still 4 more games. We thought B Squad was really going to be running everything over earlier, and then that scoring pace went off a cliff the last 3 games of the block. Joe's question in the chat, best way to put the ball down, loft or laying it down? Depends on the condition, depends on the bowler. I mean, look at Mika Koivuniemen earlier today. Mika's a player that's always used loft as part of his game, and he's the only bowler all day that's thrown all 8 games at 200 or more. He took home one of the coveted Almar Rib Dinner Awards off of B Squad. We'll have to see how many bowlers off of C Squad still have a chance to take home a rib dinner tomorrow night after the completion of the event. All it takes is all 8 games over 200 or better, And somebody can be eating free on some quality ribs. Some darn tasty barbecue sauce tomorrow night. You know I'm going to be a part of that rib dinner action. So let's give you a scoring update after 4 games here on C Squad. John Rakoski, your leader, plus 148. His low game on the night, 223 in game 4. Lots of success for Rakoski. Dan Higgins Jr. second on the squad. Low game of 203. Keep Higgins in the running for ribs. Plus 127. Don Hogue plus 126. Unfortunately, Hogue out of the running. 190 in game 4 takes Don out for free meat. Warren Eels plus 115. We just saw his nice 268 game to get him to plus 115. However, Warren's 191 in game 2 is going to leave him pork rib free for tomorrow, unless, of course, he buys dinner himself. John Brackway plus 110. Brackway's low game, 202 opening game. So Brackway still has a chance. For pork products, John Dudek plus 90. Low game of 214. Still with the chance. Eddie Bird. Oh, Eddie having a good round, though. Plus 82 to this point through 4, but Eddie no longer Almar Rib Award eligible as he threw 189 in game 4. Tom Adcock, plus 80. Keep Adcock in the running for ribs. 202 game 1, the low game for Adcock to get to that plus 80 total. Mike Webb, plus 76, but 196 in game 2. We'll leave him rib free. Tom Doherty, plus 73, still with the chance for ribs, as Doherty, our Baker Shootout winner with his teammates last night, taking home $4,200 split 5 ways, $840 a player. Doherty still with the chance for ribs. Low game so far, 208. John Verbich, no ribs for you. 197 opening game. Still at plus 71, still with a great chance to advance to tomorrow. Eddie Graham at plus 60 needs some work to do to get to the cut. To the top 29 for tomorrow. However, no ribs for Eddie. 197 game 4 takes him out. Michael Clark Jr. 193 game 3 leaves Clark ineligible for the ribs at plus 59. Scott LeBeau plus 57. 181 opening game, no chance for some sweet and tasty ribs. Eugene McCune at plus 32. Couple games under 200. No chance. Randy Weiss plus 28. Couple games under 200, not going to happen. Jerry Rich had a chance. He was consistent early on, 219, 212, 218, but Rich 168 in game 4. No pork for you. So at this point in time, six bowlers out of the field, 6 bowlers through 4 games eligible for the Almar Lanes Rib Dinner Award. Just talking with Bill Wamas about the Almar Lanes Rib Award, and it's the bowlers they don't forget about this stuff. You tell them free food in roll call, and it sticks to their brain. Like, there's guys out.
And I said, yeah, and I pulled it out of my pocket. He said, oh, no, I'm not taking it. I didn't get it. I didn't earn it. I wasn't going to give it to him. I was going to show it.
Joe Fulner with the tees earlier today opened the 10th frame of Game 8 to shoot 192. And then to see the certificate in front of you and then not be able to receive it, that's got to be a little painful. That'll be some incentive for Mr. Fulner tomorrow morning walking the door. He's going to be thinking ribs. He's going to be thinking the ribs I could have had. Sure, there's $5,000 on top thanks to all of our great sponsors, but the ribs, you could have had a little bonus. And once again, want to thank our sponsors. There you're going to see our triple platinum, and gold sponsors on the screen. And let's give you a rundown of some of our silver sponsors for this 29th annual event. Silver sponsors include ANS Asphalt, ASD Remodeling with Adam Dilsaver, Beer Co., Classic Products, Decor Internet Service, Doc's Ribcage, Easy Street, JB Construction, Jets Pizza. Once again, thanks Jets Pizza again for the great dinner for the bowlers tonight. They provided lunch between squads this afternoon. So thanks again. A little bonus thanks to Jets. KR Strike Force, Ors Sunoco, Rose Realty, Turbo Grips, Wow Marketing, and WTG Seamless Gutters. Just great silver sponsors. And there you see the rest of our gold sponsors scrolling across the screen. We could not be here this Thursday and Friday for you, live streaming the PBA YouTube, without the help of those great sponsors. And once again, a big thanks to everyone here at Almar Lanes for all the work they do to get those sponsors supporting this 29th annual event. Let's get over and check in on a couple of our leaders with Rakowski and Higgins. They're bowling right now, lanes 7 and 8. We had them on screen, sorry. Rakowski, your bowler B. Strike open double. Higgins, your bowler A. Strike spare, strike double. There you see Chris Warren coming off lanes. As we mentioned, Warren just sitting in the single digits to the plus at this moment. I gotta admit, it's a little bizarre right now being here inside of Almar Lanes on a Thursday evening. Every other year I've been here, this regional's been on a weekend, but with the schedule of the PBA50 National Tour this year, they had to wedge this stop in between PBA60 World Series of Bowling and the PBA Akron Classic. And it's just, crowd's a little thinner than what I normally see. Still some diehards here, but there's got a lot of people that are going to have to still get to work on Friday morning that would normally be here watching the PBA. It was a great crowd last night here for the Baker Shootout. Rib eligible is like sponge worthy. Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't want to eat a sponge. Sponge cake, maybe. Rib eligible? Oh, you want to be, trust me, you want to walk in the door on a Friday night and be rib eligible here at Almar Lanes. That rib dinner is spectacular. Did somebody that started on 1 and 2 make me mad? No, I'd have to see who starts on 1 and 2. We just kind of bounce around here with the leaders and stuff in the main feed. So if it's somebody that started on the pair that we haven't seen, no, I've never been mad at Mike Webb, John Dudek, especially never mad at Don Hogue and Eugene McCune. We've had some good conversations over the years. No, kind of an interesting question. So I'll answer that question with a no. Actually, how about we go over there and take a watch? You'll see. McCune stepping up, lane 16. He's your bowler double B. Hogue, your bowler double A. Hogue working on a 3-bagger. McCune working on a buzzard. 3 strikes is a turkey. Bo Burton used to call 3 open frames in a row a buzzard. And now he's looking at a possible 4th open frame. And everybody knows what 3 spares is, right? Cornish hen. Friend of mine keyed in on that term. Turkey's a big bird. Buzzard's a carcass feeding bird. A large bird. You need a small bird for the spares. So, Cornish hen. That is trademarked by $2 Phil and 10 on the Deck Productions. Please do not use that phrase without proper written consent of myself and 10 on the Deck Productions. It's another phrase I always like to use too. That's 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 3 wrongs can make a strike. That's also another $2 Philism. Protected by trademarks 10 on the Deck Productions. You see John Verbic making the toss on 13, powerful left-hander. Verbic sitting at plus 71, just outside the numbers, so Verbic can get out of these last 4 games. Tossing 2 teens, 2 20s, 2 O's. Pretty good chance for him to make that top 29 for tomorrow. Smiley, hey, thanks for the compliment on the great show. Yeah, we do have a little fun during qualifying and stuff. I mean, this is my 21st game of action today. I'm calling 8 on A, 8 on B, and now in the 5th game here on C. And it can get a little punchy at 10:30 at night when I was here at a little before 7 this morning to make sure all the equipment's in place, do all the technical checks. Hey, that paid off really well during Game 4, C Squad. When the audio went a little wonky. But glad a lot of you found us here tonight. I know there wasn't a lot of promotion out on social media. For this event, but hey, you're going to have a lot of good bowling to watch tomorrow through those elimination rounds starting at 10 a.m. Top 29 will get knocked down to 16 after 4 games. Those 12-game totals will push on. Top 16 will bowl 3 more games. We'll have our top 8 pushing on, and then 2 more games, and your 17-game totals will determine who is seeded 1 through 4 in our stepladder finals. And our defending champion, Brad Angelo. Pretty solid chance for Brad to do some work tomorrow and get himself in position to repeat and take his 4th title in 7 years here in Bowling Green. Yeah, Eddie Bird having a good night. Marsala not so much. Bird plus 82 through 4 games. Unfortunately, took himself out of the running for the Almar Lanes Rib Award. Bird right now down at 3 and 4. Let's go peek in and see how he's doing this game. Bird's going to be your bowler A on 3 and 4, so he's probably kicking himself severely for the single pin miss in the 6th frame, but can still get to 237. Adcock on the spare. Let's get back up to 15 and 16 because Don Hogue looking to pile on a 5th strike in a row. And there you go. Put the 5-bagger on the board. Let's check in with Higgins, looking to make a 10-pin. Covers it up, looking to improve his 3rd place finish from last year here. Higgins currently at plus 127 and Rib Award eligible. Who owns the feed? Good question. It's a cooperative project. I'm doing the producing. Contracted with the Bowling Center. They bring us in. I work on getting the rights released from Bowl TV and USBC because they hold all the digital rights to PBA at all levels, whether it's a national tour event, before they get to the TV shows, all the way through to PBA Junior. Once we get the rights released from Bowl TV, and once again, I want to thank them for that for this event. Then I coordinate with the PBA, and in past years, we've live streamed this event on hosting sites other than PBA YouTube, but they've been kind enough for our last 3 events here with 10 on the Deck Productions to co-produce and host, and it's been a good relationship. Kind of opens things up a lot. I mean, you know, my personal YouTube channel has a few thousand followers. PBA's got 300,000 followers. It's a pretty easy, decision on where to stream it to once we get the rights. So, who owns the feed? I guess both of us, but primarily the PBA. I do the production on behalf of the Bowling Center, but I also, if something pops up, I can put it on my own social media, put it on my 10 on the Deck social media. So it's a pretty good relationship we've had with the PBA, and I've worked with them as a contractor now for going on 14 seasons. So started with them in 2014. Live streaming with Extra Frame. So it's it's not like we just walk in and say, hey, we're going to stream this event. We have to do a lot of coordination with the powers that be at the PBA, the powers that be at Bowl TV, and we really appreciate what they do to, if they're not covering a particular event, Bowl TV has been gracious enough to let us cover regional events just like this. John Herman, it doesn't matter where you live. I mean, if you look at where some of these players have come in from, obviously Tom Doherty in from Florida. Chris Warren in from Texas. So no, it doesn't matter. It's just that if you win in a region, you get a banner that you see above the lanes in that particular region. So Dan Higgins only has one regional title at this point. It's in the Central region. That's why you see his banner. If he went to a Midwest event, you would not see a banner for Dan Higgins Jr. if he showed up to bowl, even though they'd say he's a PBA regional champion. So the banners are regional specific. The titles and the ability to bowl in regionals are not. Lane Vault, I think I know who you are. Let's find a way to talk off air. Maybe it's just the contact point you might have might not be the contact point that should be there. Send me I don't know if there's a way to. Well, Phil Brilo on Facebook. You can send me a Facebook message. 99% of the people out here are on Facebook. So, or send it to my $2 Phil and 10 of the Deck Productions. Actually, send it there. $2 Phil and 10 of the Deck Productions. Send me drop me a message on Messenger, and maybe I can help lead the way to get things started. No guarantees that anything's going to happen. I mean, a lot of the reasons why I get these events is I've worked with the PBA before. I've worked with Bowl TV before, and they know me. They know my equipment, and that might help a little bit. You might need to, go through a few more things. So, I'm always willing to help. Any coverage for bowling, especially at this regional level, is going to do nothing but hopefully get more people to join the PBA. Let's be honest, get more people to try the regional tour. And just expand the vision of bowling. I mean, you look at tonight, they had the USA Bowling Championships for the kids up in Minneapolis. And not only was it live streamed to Bowl TV, where you would have to have a subscription to watch it, USBC worked with the new Bowling TV app. I guess they call it over the top, or targeted app, or whatever it might be. But that was the first live event that Bowling TV carried. And I know they're going to be carrying the Junior Gold Championships, those finals as well on there. So USBC working to, spread the reach of bowling through modern media methods with live streaming or direct targeted channels. So you can't fault them for that. Like I said, I'm glad they let me stream. They know the equipment I have. They know I've had a relationship with them. Actually helped cover a PWBA event up in Minnesota back in 2018. Was lucky enough to get to work with the great Emil Williams Jr., one of the most talented voices in bowling. And it was a good time. And then there was an event with the Elite Youth Tour that Emil had some conflicts with, and he asked me to come in and live stream that event because they live stream all their tournaments with the Elite Youth Tour in the Chicagoland area, and I was more than happy to come down and help him out. The more bowling is seen by people, the more bowling will be done by people. Even if it's just a recreational bowler that comes across and says to their friends, hey, let's go bowling. You never know where that might lead. And if you get 1,000 people to do that, that's 1,000 bowling centers that get 3, 4, 5 new customers. So that's what we're here for. All right, off my soapbox. But the people that I know the people that are watching right now, 99% of you are pretty passionate about this sport of bowling and just would love to see it grow. It might never and probably will never get back to the levels it was with ABC TV back in the 80s and 90s and all that fun stuff. But the way bowling's attracted youth bowlers, the number of kids that are bowling this week up at Junior Gold. Yeah. We might not all have the same exact vision. We might have different paths to get to what we want to see for bowling, but it doesn't mean we can't work together, make a sacrifice here or there, and keep pushing forward. So your player movement between Game 5 and Game 6. Skip 2 pairs, land on the third. 15 and 16 go down to 5 and 6. So the bowlers you see here on 5 and 6 They're going to go down to 11 and 12. 7 and 8 goes down to 13 and 14. Thanks, everybody, for hanging in there tonight. I know those of you on a school night here in the Eastern time zone, thanks for gutting it out. Those of you joining us in the West Coast, hey, I hope you had a good dinner, and I hope you're enjoying some quality PBA 50 action here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. As the PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency all roll on with 3 games of C Squad qualifying remaining before we cut to our top 29 for tomorrow. All right, let's take a peek down since they're underway on 1 through 4, or at least they're underway on 1 and 2 as everybody's making their moves around. Kind of a big move this game. Doherty, LeBeau, Eels, your A, double A, and double B respectively on 1 and 2. Coming in shortly to 3 and 4 will be Verbic, Johnson of the Tony variety, and Eddie Graham. We'll get you that 5-game scoring update for C Squad. We'll also get you that all-important who's in the running for the Almar Lanes Rib Dinner Award. That's a hot topic in the chat tonight. We're still at, I haven't gotten the update for Game 5 yet. We were at 6 after Game 4. So, see? These guys know. Brockway just said, I'm still in. You offer a PBA50 tour player or PBA50 regional player a chance for free food, they're going to try to shoot for it. Oh, well, you got to bowl in cold water for breakfast. That's the omelet award, CK. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. They didn't tell me it was a 2-day qualifier here today. So that's we started this morning at 8 a.m. We're going to finish after midnight. I count that as a 2-day qualifier. Let me just get caught up on the chat. Somebody asked about if one of the local favorites, Jim Beaverson, could squeak in. I think Beaverson was in the plus 80 range. It's going to be close. Yeah, Beaverson plus 88. It's going to be close. There's so many factors right now with 3 to go. Somebody to check, yes. Rippin' Revs, 80 to 82. Rippin' Revs has made some pretty good predictions in the past in the chat on cuts. And a good answer about Jen's question about the money or prestige. A little bit of both. I mean, this is the highest paying PBA 50 regional in the country. They always schedule it between a couple of PBA 50 national tour stops. That's why this year it's a Thursday-Friday event instead of a Saturday-Sunday. And there's a lot of respect. You ask any of these players about the Wamas family, there's a lot of respect for these owners here in Bowling Green. 40-year-old bowler Kevin 115. That might be a tad high. I don't know if it's going to scrape triple digits or not. So, by the way, good video from last night. 40-year-old bowler. Saw it on my Facebook feed between B and C Squad. You're following players in the Baker Shootout last night. If you want to check out what happened in the Baker Shootout, you want a nice condensed version, you can check out 40-year-old bowler on Facebook. Otherwise, if you want to watch some of the goings-on, we live streamed it to the Almar Lanes Facebook page last night. Yeah, a little more detail. Obviously, you can watch all 16 Baker games with that. Let's see. Joe Dudley, I got to leave that for the chat. I haven't thrown a bowling ball since well before the pandemic. So maybe somebody in the chat can help you with that Ion Max Pro, but I'm the play-by-play guy. I leave it up to my color guys to see what the bowling balls are and what they do. I honestly don't keep up with it probably as much as I should. I can tell you there's bowling balls from Storm Roto Grip, 900 Global, Brunswick Hammer, and Motive in the field. Sure, there's some Ebonite bowling balls out there too, even though they can't wear the Ebonite logo on the jersey. But Ebonite is PBA product registered. Hey, thanks for the compliments in the chat. It's appreciated, man. This is a labor of love. Trust me. Doing this by myself. If you've seen some of the other live stream crews, there's 2, 3, 4 people there. I got to make it affordable for the proprietor to bring me in. They're already paying a nice sized host fee to the PBA just for the event to be here. And then you pile on a live stream fee on top of that. It's a good chunk of change, but great sponsors here in Bowling Green help with that. And glad to bust some tail and bring you some great bowling action all Thursday and Friday long. I kind of remind myself, there's an old sketch in the first couple of years of Saturday Night Live during a weekend update where Al Franken was the out in the field reporter. And of course, this is 1976, so to make it happen, he had like a satellite dish attached to his head, and he was wearing all this tin foil, and he's turning around. As soon as he turned around, they'd lose the signal and that kind of thing. Sometimes I kind of feel like that. The one-man reporter. Don't make the wrong move. Make things happen. And we're glad to make things happen here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio, the 29th edition of the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Let's see if we can get ourselves scoring update. Once again, that game-by-game scoring link pinned in your chat if you want to check it out yourself. All right, here we go. Let's give you the rundown. Dan Higgins, plus 154, leading the squad. Higgins still rib dinner eligible. Don Hogue in second, plus 152, not eligible for the rib dinner. John Rakowski holds on, 203 in game 5, leaving John eligible for the Almar Lanes Rib Dinner Award. Warren Eels sitting at plus 128, and no ribs for Warren. John Brockway, he knew it when he walked by the booth a few minutes ago. He even told Bill Wames, I'm still in it for the ribs. Brockway at plus 118, 16th overall. If you use the PBA plus-minus system, even with A squad having 8 games in, B squad having 8 games in. John Dudek still eligible for the Rib Dinner Award. Dudek, 224 the last 2 games. You talk about a picture of consistency tonight with John Dudek. 214, 227, 225, 224, 224. Nice bowling for Dudek to get the plus 114. Tom Doherty still eligible for some pork. Doherty at plus 95. Eddie Graham not pork eligible, but he is at plus 85, 25th overall with the PBA plus minus. Tom Adcock. Adcock, unfortunately, out of the running for ribs. 195 game 5 drops into plus 75. Right now, Gary Allstott at plus 73 from earlier today is the number, but there's a lot of people here on C squad right behind him. Eddie Bird just a pin behind. No ribs, but plus 72. Todd Chell, no ribs, plus 71. John Burbich no chance for ribs. Plus 71. Scott LeBeau, not rib eligible, plus 64. And Michael Clark Jr., not rib eligible at plus 59. So for those of you keeping track at home on how many bowlers are eligible for the Almar Lanes Rib Dinner Award, we dropped one from the list, so we're down to 5 with 3 games remaining. Dan Higgins Jr., John Rakoski, John Brockway, John Dudek, Tom Doherty, your 5 players remaining that have a chance for dinner on the house here at Almar Lanes tomorrow night. And those are going to be some good, juicy, tasty ribs when they hit the plate and the palate tomorrow. Oh, yeah, Litchy's been doing live streaming on Lightning Strikes for quite a while. Yeah, it is one of Tom Doherty's sponsors. Yeah, Litchy is, man, that guy can go. That guy's got the stories and he can go. There's no way I could keep up with Litchy, and he's probably 20 years older than me. At least. The things he's seen. I mean, we had a few good stories from Mickey earlier tonight, but I hope that I honestly hope that Litchy's written a book somewhere, and it's just sitting in a vault that says, "Do not open until I pass." Can you imagine that book that Litchy would have? Because nobody can come back after him once he's dead. Just watch the stories come out. Oh, my goodness. Because I bet you Litchy knows back in 1982 who left a car parked on the top of a 20-foot tall snowbank at the Miller High Life in Milwaukee, outside of Red Carpet Celebrity Lanes. The car ended up being towed away. It was never claimed. But it had to be a bowler. Couldn't have been a fan. Had to be a bowler that put it up there. Oh, that's a Les Nessman ripoff. The turkeys are hitting the ground like sacks of wet cement. That's from WKRP in Cincinnati when they had the turkey toss. The turkeys are hitting the ground like sacks of wet cement. I always thought that turkeys could fly. WKRP, man. Les Nessman, what a great show from back in the day. That's now, I'm voting that. John Herman, I'm voting that the best comment in the chat section today. Thank you for throwing that out there, giving me a little chuckle there. Yeah, there's not too much of that cast that's left from WKRP. Lonnie Anderson's gone. Actually, Howard Hessman's been gone for a while. Tim Reed passed a little bit ago. Actress that played Bailey Quarters passed away. Yeah, not a lot left from WKRP. I don't know if you've seen some of the sport coats I used to wear in the extra frame and flow bowling days, but I had a couple of Herb Tarlick signature sport coats back in the day, or at least they would have been in Herb Tarlick's wardrobe. So, yeah, Frank. Hey, I wish it was shared a little bit more as well. I put it on my 10 on the Deck Productions Facebook feed, and I mean it's front and center on the PBA.com page. But yeah, it's not like things are out there saying, "Hey, go to PBA.com and watch the show." I know there's a Facebook group called the Official Unofficial Professional Bowling. So I can't remember the exact title of the group. If you type in Official Unofficial Pro Bowling, you'll find that Facebook group. Whatever we're gonna do on these live streams, I always post in there because there's a few thousand members in that group that are PBA, PWBA fans. But yeah, I can only carry it so far myself. Oh, I know several bowling centers in Wisconsin that do the frozen turkey down the lane for the turkey shoot. I used to manage at Classic Lanes Greenfield, and that started with the ownership there when I was a manager there 25 years ago. They would have that on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and they still do to this day. It's a fundraiser for Alzheimer's awareness that they do it there, and it's fun. It's not easy. Go ahead, take that 22-pound bird, try to chuck it down the lane and try to get it all 60 feet. Make sure you take the netting off. If it has netting, take the netting off. Netting will slow it down. You got to have the bare surface of the turkey wrapper, I guess you could call it. Oh, John, okay. Yeah, that was a fun time at that Joe Poe Grips event in Orlando. Gorgeous center. Would love to get back there sometime. And, yeah, you're one of the ones that would watch our PBA LBC National Championships feed quite often as well. So hopefully that comes back in 2027. I missed that this year. I missed the people. I missed the interaction with the fans that would watch that because we were all watching Joe and Jane Bowler. Sure, there were PBA tour players on most every squad, a lot of regional players as well, but all the different divisions they had, you know, you'd have youth bowlers that averaged 70 that would bowl in the girl or boys handicap division. You know, 2 of the 3 years the tournament was held, it was a youth player that took down the overall $25,000 title in the Open Classic division. And the bowler that won in 2023, the first year, Trey Heinrichsmeyer, joined the PBA full-time after graduating from Wichita State earlier this spring/summer. And now he's got a regional title under his belt in the Southwest region. He won as a non-member in the Midwest region back in 2024, beat A.J. Johnson for a title at the regional in Lockport, Illinois. And he'll be making a run at the PBA Tour in 2026. So as young players are taking their experiences in tournaments and rolling it into potential careers. We've got a front half dozen alert. Actually, we got a chance for a second front half dozen. Let's get up to 15 and 16 as John Rakoski just delivered his 6th in a row. And Rick Willison is going to be looking for his 6th in a row as well. Find me if somebody can find me a symmetrical turkey. We can make that experiment. I've never seen a fully symmetrical turkey. That would be a pretty fun experiment to do. Yeah, I've seen some leagues do headless, the headless bowling on Halloween. We actually did that for a couple of years at the place I managed. After league was done, we draw bowlers during the week of Halloween, and we give 3 bowlers a chance to win prizes by trying to strike without the head pin in the rack. I only saw it done once. Somehow a perfect hit on the 2-3 managed to carry everything. We saw a lot of 7 counts, 8 counts, but only 1 strike. Soak the turkey. Make sure you get a good footprint on the lane from the turkey that has no feet because they cut them off. It's processing. So no luck for Wolzen in the 6th frame. Leaves a washout. And now taking a look over, we got somebody working on a front 8. Over on 9 and 10. So C squad finding something now that A and B squad really didn't find a lot of later in the block. It looks like Tom Adcock be stepping up. We'll get over there. See Adcock getting ready to bowl on lane 9. Adcock looking for the excellent 8th in a row. Adcock currently sitting just above the current cut number of plus 73. Of course, that's with 8 games in for A and B squad. Adcock 28th overall on the PBA plus minus system, and now making 8 in a row. Adcock really looking to secure his chance to advance for additional play tomorrow. So we'll bounce back between the high half of the house if you're looking for somebody bowling on the low half of the house. You got those choices for the pair feeds in the description on your YouTube video. Back to Koski. Koski comes high and pays full penalty, big 4. So only 1 chance left for perfection here in game 6, and that's for one Mr. Tom Adcock. Talk about really leaping your way up the leaderboard. Boy, if he goes all the way off, the sheet gets to plus 175. That will vault him from right at the cut number into the top 5. Here you see John Brockway stepping on the approach. Brockway, one of our 5 players still eligible. For the Elmar Lanes Rib Dinner Award. And he's looking to continue that chance in the game 7. For the nifty 9th in a row. Come on, Tom. There you go. Slap that 10 out. And this is the biggest run we've seen so far today at Elmar Lanes. First player we have a chance going to the 10th frame. Make things happen. And Tom just stays calm, cool, collected. Goes back for the Pepsi. Takes a small sip. Goes to sit down in front of the powerful LB fan. It is comfortable here at Elmar Lane. So I don't think he has it set on hurricane. I think it's just set on gentle breeze. Eddie Bird trying for the big finish, get back. 205. Bird currently just outside the number, plus 72 coming into this game, and he sees his lane mate Adcock making a big rush. So he knows it's one less spot that's going to be in. the top 29. Bird trying to finish strong here, and then he's going to need some quality efforts. In games 7 and 8. Take a peek in on some of our bowlers that are Almar Lane's Rib Dinner Award eligible. Tom Doherty. Doherty down on 1 and 2. He's your bowler A. So Doherty just needs to keep it clean, and he'll be still looking for rib meat. John Dudek. It's on 5 and 6. Dudek is your bowler B on lane 5. So Dudek having another solid game. Looking to keep that going. We just peeked in on Brockway. There he is again. And Brockway creeps a little high, but still he's having a solid game right now. Rikoski, after the front 6, he opened, but spare in the 8th. He'll still be alive. And Dan Higgins on the same pair with Rikoski. Higgins having some problems. And we're going to lose another one as Higgins can only max out for 179. So with 2 games remaining, we're going to be down to 4. But there's more pressing matters than pork right now. And he'll be stepping up shortly on lane at 9. 9 and 10, our championship pair for Sunday. So we'll give you a little extra look here. When Tom Adcock steps up for his first attempt in the 10th frame. Tom Adcock entering game 6 at plus 75, looking to more than double it here at the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Front 9 for Adcock, looking for number 10. Oh, the 7 goes late, but it goes. And there you see the front 10 on the scoreboard for Tom Adcock. Adcock bouncing back off of a 195 game in game 5. High game prior to this tonight, 238 in game 3. Here's the excellent 11th. Come on. The 7 takes the 10 down. How about that? Yeah, give it the eagle kick there. My goodness, I couldn't tell you the last time I've seen that. Something hit the 7 pin and took it out all the way over into the 10. What an incredible break there on a half pocket hit for Adcock. And now he's looking to throw our first perfect game of the 2026 event. 29th time they've held this PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open. Last year, Bill Fabian was our only 300 game author. Can we get perfection from Adcock? You see he takes that little extra swing to get set. Down the target line. Scramble them up, take them all down, and a perfect game for Tom Adcock here in Game 6 of C-Squad qualifying. 2 more games to go, but Tom, with that 300 game, barring complete disaster, is going to lock himself into an advancers round tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to replay it shortly because watching the 7 take the 10 out, Tom, was just incredible. My goodness. So your player movement between Game 6 and Game 7. Players are going to skip a pair land in the second. So Adcock and company are going to move up to 13 and 14. Brockway and company moving up to 15 and 16. And there's some late night excitement for those of you hanging in on the screen. That's going to make the last 2 games feel real good for Tom Adcock. Game 7 coming up next. Once we get through our last 2 games here on C-Squad, if there's no ties, we'll advance 29 players to tomorrow's advancers round, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time. If there is a tie, since it takes bowlers got a half hour to get back here, we're not going to stay on the air. Guarantee you that. We will bring you a highlight or 2 tomorrow morning. Congratulations, Tom Adcock, 300.
Now shot 300. Thank you.
All looks the same on paper.
Just brought Tom Adcock next to me here in the booth because we're going to show you the slow motion replay of the 11th shot that he had. And I've never seen a messenger with the 7 take out the 10. Here you watch that ball in the pocket. And there it is. Yeah, it's incredible. If you ever had a 7 take out the 10. But great move with the there, and then
how about that?
showed out with the
Yeah,
train. Yes,
give it
indeed.
the
beautiful thing. Sorry about the extra sound on that for everybody at home, but we'll run that again next game for you. That was a beautiful thing.
The 11th, right? Oh, no, the 11th was the 10th one looked like it could have been upper deck 7. That's what I left on the front 8 on.
All right, let's give everybody another chance at this. Without the extra sound, apologies. That little rush there. Left the soundtrack in. There you go. Watch, everything flies around, and something just smacks the hell out of the 7-pin, let's be honest. Kick it out, and immediately go into the crane kick. Great job again, Tom Adcock.
Still alive. Of course, I don't know that I'll be here tomorrow night for ribs, but the goal is to be here tomorrow morning. Right.
All right, let's stick with Tom Adcock and company as they've made their way down to 13 and 14. Chris Warren and company right next door. We'll get you a 6-game scoring update for C Squad. See how much that cut creeps up. I mean, Tom Adcock just most likely took away any chance about having to worry about a cut as he goes from plus 75 right near the cut number to 175 over. And no 7-pin taking out the 10 on that shot, but a quality start. Make the adjustments, move on, keep tossing it well like Adcock's doing. That's when you know the host cares. Bill Wyman, I said, this is how you know the host cares. Bill Wyman, immediately after Tom Adcock shot that 300, went in his office, printed out a certificate to commemorate the 300. It's going to hang above the lanes he shot it on, and he's going to get Tom to autograph it. It's going to hang there for eternity. That's awesome. Oh, I got a Sharpie if you need it. I got a Sharpie here for you, Bill. Black Sharpie? There we go. Yeah, I can't say enough. I mean, I get to host live streams at some really good bowling centers across the Midwest and central regions. I mean, along with some other events at some bowling centers outside the PBA. And when you get some great people like the Wyman's family here,
After you're done with your thing, and I figured that was better. Higgins is out of the group.
Tom Adcock needs to have a talk with that 7-pin. It's not doing enough work. 13 and 14 for him. Keeps sleeping 10s. It was just funny to see his reaction when we showed it to him in slow-mo between games. I know you got another look at it as well for those of you watching on the live stream. And, yeah, if somebody can Zapruder film and figure out what pin from apparently the back of the lane, because I don't think it was the head pin going in the sideboard or the 5-pin. It's like something in the back all of a sudden comes rocketing up the flat gutter, hits the 7, and just sends it over into the 10. I mean, you talk about an amazing break, and then to bust out the crane kick. I want that crane kick. I'm going to get a still of it. I want that to be my screensaver on my laptop for about a week. Oh, you guys are diehards. I love it. I know a lot of you are watching in the Eastern time zone. Glad to have you here, no matter where you're watching from. With this and one final game remaining for C Squad, we'll be down to our top 29 for tomorrow's advancers round. 10 a.m. Eastern time, your start time for that advancers round. Oh, Laneville repping the West Coast. Okay. So the sun's barely even down where you're at right now. If it's still not even up in the sky a little bit. Yeah, you guys are getting hit pretty good with the heat that we had here in the Midwest and Central regions last week. But all that heat's going to push away from you and head this way early next week, and yeah, we're going to be sweating it here in the Midwest and Central by Monday or Tuesday. Let's check in. And Dan Higgins, he's the player that was eliminated from the Elmar Lanes Rib Dinner Award last game. Had some struggles on 13 and 14. Looking to bounce back here on 1 and 2. And after the front four, an errant shot leaves a solitary 5-pin. I'm sure there's some hands in the air in front of your computer screens at home. Still remember during Battle of the Brands in 2025 at Steel City Bowl and Brews. Or was it the PBA Tour Finals? I can't remember which. I know it was at Steel City because Graham Fa missed a 5-pin and paid up. Got a bunch of drink chips from Lee Sant, the proprietor, and handed it out to the crowd. Still remember Dick Allen in Coldwater a few years back as well. Sunday morning, left the 5-pin, missed it. There were fans in the crowd, had their hands in the air, and Dick goes, "I'll take care of you after I'm done bowling," and he did. Man of his word, Dick Allen. So Rakoski staying hot as well. Rakoski also on the front four, looking to get a little different result in the 5th frame than Higgins. So our 6-game update is in. Use the link pinned to your chat to go check it out for the updated scoring. Don Hogue, your leader on the squad, plus 197. Rakoski second at plus 180. Adcock third, plus 175. Doherty fourth, plus 143. 248 game in game 6 for Doherty. Brockway plus 141. Brockway is also Rib Award eligible, just like Doherty and Rakoski. And your last remaining player eligible for Ribs, Dudek. Once again, just to picture consistency. 214 ties his low game on the night, but Dudek, even with a high game of only 227, sitting at plus 128 with 2 games to go. Warren Eels plus 115, Dan Higgins Jr. plus 96, Scott LeBeau plus 81, and Eddie Graham plus 79 round out the bowlers inside the cut number currently, which is plus 75 from Craig Auerbach. That is a score that was bowled earlier today. Problem is from Auerbach, he's got Chris Warren just 2 pins behind, Todd Chell 3 pins behind, Eddie Bird 9 pins behind, and Michael Clark Jr. 14 pins behind. So bowlers like Craig Auerbach, Brian Schmidt, Michael Haggett, and Jim Beaverson. Beaverson at plus 88. They're going to be sweating for a bit. No doubt about it. And now Chris Warren starting with the front 5 here in game 7. We'll take a peek back in on Warren when he steps up in his 6th frame. One and two, yeah, we had Mickey Heim in the booth, and he said 1 and 2 trickiest pair in the house. Seems to hook more. Does get quite a bit of wear and tear from open play when leagues aren't going on. I mean, you mentioned full house of leagues a lot of nights, so pretty much across the house. But something makes 1 and 2 a little different, makes the hook a little bit more. But we saw Tom Hess earlier today start on 15 and 16, which is the other really kind of tough pair that hooks a bit more than the middle of the house. Tom started on 15 and 16, then moved to 1 and 2 and shot 500 for 2 games. So it all depends on when you catch it and if you make the right moves. When you know what's going on. Let's get up to Bird and Brockway. As you mentioned, Bird just on the outside looking in, fell back a little bit. Can't buy a double yet here in game 7. And Brockway now with an open frame. Ooh, Brockway looking like he might be losing his chance for ribs as he needs to strike out to get to 206. So he needs 5-bagger starting next frame to keep the pork hopes alive. Oh, are you kidding me, Squeak? Wow, he gets hosed. Ripper 7-10. And while we were up on the high end, on the low end, Rakoski now at the front 6. We'll get back down by him momentarily. How about it, Squeak? A little bounce for you. Yeah, a little tease. Almost got back to the top of the bowling ball. Will we be down to 3? That is the question. Brockway needs to start striking to stay in rib award contention. Ball's on the way. Gets to go. Don't count the ribs dead yet. There's one for Bird. Let's see if he can build on that. Let's get back down to 1 through 4. Jerry Rich with a nice string going currently. Problem is for Rich, he's back at plus 10, so he's going to need a big game here and then another big game. Game 8 to try to advance to tomorrow. Higgins making a nice bounce back after finding troubles on 13 and 14. That 142 game in Game 6 gave a big drop in the standings to Higgins, but he's not sweating it right now. Focusing on finishing this game strong. Still the game possible in the 250s. 258 to be exact. Now we have Rakoski stepping up, looking for the exquisite 8th in a row. What do you think, John? Quiet appreciation of that strike he just threw. Rakoski can't get the 4-pin to go. So the run for perfection gone. The chance for ribs still stays, and the chance to get to the top spot in qualifying still intact. He's 180 over coming into this game. And if he can finish this off for 279, he'll jump over Kenyon, Fulner, and Koivu from earlier squads today. And he'll just need a game in the positive to take over the number 1 spot going into tomorrow, but he needs a spare here, strike them all in the 10th, and stay 200 above the last game. There's your spare. You just heard a round of applause. We're going to have to take a moment here, set up replay. As we just had a pretty rare achievement achieved on lane 12. Here you're going to see stepping into your picture on the right side of your screen, Bill Fabian facing the big 4, 4, 6, 7, 10. And there you go. Slide it over into the 4, and then the 7 falls forward. What a great conversion there by Bill Fabian. Fabian not having the greatest of nights, -3 through 6, but that's a little something he's going to remember. All I wonder how many league bowlers even here at Almar Lanes could say that they've made a big 4 and thrown a 300 here. There can't be that many. Bill Fabian's done that in 2 consecutive Gary Schluchter Memorial events. 300 last year on 1 and 2 during elimination rounds, and now gets the big 4 conversion. Congratulations, Bill. Not too often you see the 6-pin make the contact with the 4 and then still have enough to take the 7 down in that situation. But pretty darn cool. So going into our final game of C Squad qualifying, bowlers are just simply going to move 1 pair to the right. 1 and 2 goes to 3 and 4. 3 and 4 goes to 5 and 6, and so on. But our final game of qualifying for C Squad, the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. We'll be rolling on to you after player movement. I'm $2 Phil Bridle. Thanks, everybody that stuck with us all day long into the evening, and now on the East Coast here in the Eastern Time Zone. You're going to be sticking with us into tomorrow morning, as it'll be after midnight by the time we finish that 8th and final game of qualifying. And how about this? He came up to Bill Lamas and myself a couple games ago, said, I'm still alive for the ribs. Brockway. Only way he could stay in contention was to punch out the 9th and 10th frames. Oh, no, 186. I'm sorry. I thought he was still in there. So that's another one that bites the dust. So it's looking like we're going to be down to 3 bowlers eligible for the Almar Lanes Rivet Dinner Award with a game to go. Those 3 bowlers are going to be John Rakowski, Tom Doherty, And John Dudek. Dudek still with some work to go in game 7. He's up on 9 and 10. We'll take a peek in on Dudek momentarily. Dudek 77 in the 4th, but working on a 3-bagger. Tom Doherty working on a big game as well. Doherty started with a spare, then ran a 4-bagger, another spare, now a 3-bagger. Doherty will be entering the 10th frame. Looking to shoot 268. Take a peek in on the Rebel as well. Rebel will be right next door on 5 and 6. We'll wait for Warren to throw his second shot in the 10th. Looking to get to 232. Not going to happen, so 222 the max now. And let's get over to Doherty for his 10th frame.
I didn't care about the ribs. I just wanted to that was what I was going Whoops, gotta go. Family emergency. Got a 9-volt random for 30th.
So John Dudek having a nice game. Finish out game 7. He's got his high game of the night. He'll be in the 250s. Finally get out of it. Yeah, it sucks when you're in a 210 to 220 rut, you know? When it keeps you well inside the cut at a PBA regional event. So we'll give you a 7-game scoring update once we get it down the wire. We'll file the players that are close to the cut number as well once we get to that point. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with us tonight. As we are down to the nitty-gritty, we are down to the final game. 23 games in the books, 8 off of A, 8 off of B, and now 7 off of C. Yeah, we're getting close to determining which 29 players will advance for competition tomorrow morning here at Almar Lanes for the 29th annual PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I'm $2 Phil Brilo. And for those of you in the Eastern Time Zone, happy Friday. We're after midnight. Enter our second day of qualifying here in Bowling Green. Jokingly. Obviously, we started at 8 a.m. this morning with A Squad, or 8 a.m. now yesterday morning with A Squad, so the clock keeps ticking no matter what. Humans cannot stop time. They can only hope to contain it. Some of the names we know that you're going to see tomorrow morning. Steve Kenyon, Joe Fulner, Don Hogue, Tom Adcock, Tom Doherty, Mika Koivu-Niemi, John Dudek, Ron Hurt, Michael Zarnik, Anthony Jovanovic, John Conroy, John Rakowski, Corey Rectichel, Dan Higgins Jr. I mean, they're all pretty well up on the cut. I mean, Higgins would have to shoot 120 to fall out. I don't see that happening, especially after he shot a 142 game earlier. Brett Angelo, Ryan Schaefer, Tim Bell, Kevin Gran. Gran plus 115. He's relatively safe. So here's your update. After 7 games, for your bowlers on C Squad, we already mentioned through Warren Eels, the players here on C Squad. John Brockway, even though he's no longer Almar Ribdiner Award eligible, still at plus 127. He's 39 above the cut, so still a little work to do. Todd Chell, 34 above the cut. Michael Clark Jr., 27 up on the cut. Eddie Graham, 12 up on the cut. John Verbich, 10 up on the cut. And Chris Warren, 7 up on the cut. The cut number right now is the dead scorer of Beaverson, pulled earlier today at plus 88. The good news for Beaverson is there's a couple of players behind him, but there were 26 pins behind him. Randy Weiss and Scott LeBeau here on C Squad. Eddie Bird is 27 pins behind. So we'll take a peek in on Weiss, LeBeau, and Bird Weiss is on 13 and 14. Bird on 15 and 16. LeBeau on 7 and 8. So let's go up to the high end because they're already into their 7th frame. Bird is your bowler A on lane 15, and he's at 95 in the 6th. Max of 205, so that's not going to get Bird there. Randy Weiss. Weiss is your bowler double A, spare, and a double. So Weiss, plenty of room to get some pins. Of course, we also have to keep an eye on Chris Warren because it's no guarantee that Warren can shoot 194 and stay ahead of Beaverson. And we saw Warren getting his start down on 1 and 2. Let's check back in on Chris Warren. And Warren on the front 4, making sure that a score above 200 is not the problem. Take a peek in on LeBeau. He's your bowler double B on lane 8. So LeBeau open double, and now I'm sorry, LeBeau is double A. So a gutter on a spare. Yikes, that's a little painful. And now he's looking at half. And it's going to be tough to make a charge for LeBeau. Warren Beals, double B on 8. Eels has got some cushion above the cut number. He's got 52 pins. Open frame and a double to offset. And that's not going to help the cause for Kubo trying to climb into the number. Doherty gets it to go. First strike in the 5th frame. Doherty wants ribs. Feed the big man. Brackway plus 127. Good cushion over the cut. Good score going this game. Chris Warren, a couple of spares after the opening 4-bagger. Keep throwing marks, Chris Warren, and you're going to be easily in for tomorrow. Let's check in on Brockway gets the lucky break on the bad footwork. Checking on 9 and 10. Verbiage is A. Clean, no doubles through 5. He's 10 up on the number. Eddie Graham, 12 up on the number. He's your double A on 10. Graham, front 5. Over to 5 and 6. Michael Clark Jr., 27 up on the number. Clark Jr. is your bowler B on 5. And that can't be right, so we'll recheck where he's sitting at. Oh, Marsala dropped, so that's why Clark is in the A spot instead of B, but 2 opens and a double. Clark's going to need to keep filling frames in order to make sure he stays in. Let's get back over to Graham as Graham's looking for his 6th in a row to start. Eddie Bird's going to fall short, only ends with 160. So Bird in the no-fly zone for tomorrow. Tomorrow starts 10 a.m. Eastern time for your advancers round. Yep, 10 a.m. Eastern time for those that are asking in the chat. Eddie Graham now, front 6. Randy Weiss, a lot of work to do. A double, but offset by an open in the fourth. Weiss currently 26 outside the number. Speaking on Doherty. Doherty solid in, but one of those 3 players eligible for the Almar Lanes Rib Dinner Award. If you can get the 200 this game and put a 3-bagger on the board. Checking on Verbic. Keeping the score sheet clean. That's all Verbic needs to do right now. 10 up on the number. 191 will keep him in. Check in on Eels. And Eels can't get the 10 to go, but having an okay game. Clark filling frames. He's got a little room, 27 pins up, so 184 or better. Keeps Clark Jr. in. LeBeau's going to be stepping up on lane 8. LeBeau needs to make up 26 pins. And LeBeau needs to shoot 227, and he can't do it. The most he can get to is 217. Those 4th and 5th frames, painful for LeBeau. Take a peek down at our first 4 lanes here. Chris Warren. Only needed to get to 196 to stay, actually 194 to stay in. And any mark here will get him there. 9 doesn't go, but yeah, he's already there. He's already at 203 with an open. So count Chris Warren as staying in. Jerry Rich is your double A on lane 4. Rich can go to 269, and Rich can vault himself in. Rich sitting at plus 54. Murkowski's going to be your overall leader. And he'll be eating tomorrow night as he's locked up a Almar Lanes Rib Dinner Award. Chris Warren with the spare conversion. Just checking in on Robert Newman. He's your double B on 6, yeah. Or your double A on 6. Newman can get to 247. He's at plus 51, so he can leapfrog as well. And don't count Randy Weiss out of it yet, as Weiss can still go for 246. So, huge toss here for Newman. Must strike here to have any chance, and he creeps high. And take Newman out of the equation. He had an outside chance to do some leapfrogging. Not going to happen. Peek back in on Brockway. Solid game for Brockway. He'll stay in. Hi, Eddie Graham. You'll have to talk to Bill on that tomorrow morning. I think he'll give you an extra donut. Eddie Graham with a nice run. He's going to stay locked into the top. Verbic just opened. Verbic can manage to 194. He's going to need to double in the 10th to stay in. So we'll get over the Verbic when he's up on 9 and 10 momentarily. Tide Turner with an open frame in the 9th frame for Verbic. Todd Chell 122 over. Coming into this, he's sitting at 106 in the 5th, double in the 6th and 7th. So just keep it clean. No major count faults. And Todd Chell is going to see action tomorrow. And actually, Chell, yeah, just left the week 10, but Todd just needs to be in the 170s, and even with an open frame here, it'll be in the 160s in the 8th. So Chell's going to stay in. All right, let's get the Verbic. Needs to double to stay in. Otherwise, he's going to fall behind Jim Beaverson and Michael Haggett. And that can slide Haggett in at plus 86. If he gets 20, he'd lose 16. Yeah, and that's plus 82. So, yeah, he'd be behind. So, Verbic needs to double to advance to tomorrow. There's the first one. Don't count Randy Weiss out either yet. Michael Haggett, you might not sneak in at the moment, as Weiss is making a run. Here we go. John Verbic needs to be clutch to make sure he stays in for tomorrow. There you go. Way to come through in the clutch, Verbic. Keep it on the lane. And you keep Michael Haggett on the outside looking in. But don't count the cut being Jim Beaverson as of yet, because Randy Weiss up on 13 and 14. Still has a chance to get into triple digits to the plus. Finish at 246. Yeah, Randy Weiss needs to strike in the 9th frame. If he goes 9 spare and then strikes on the 10th, he'd have 225. He'd be a pin short of Beaverson. What a clutch finish by Verbic after opening in the 9th frame. Popping 2 in the 10th. Nine gets him to minus 90 or minus 7 on the game, plus 91 on the score sheet. So he falls back behind Watson, but stays ahead of Beaverson. Obviously, Chris Warren moving up in the standings. And while that was happening, Randy Weiss just threw his ball in the 9th frame, got an 8 count, so 154, 174, 194, 224, 24, and 62 is only 86. Can't get there with Beaverson at 88. So unofficially, Jim Beaverson at plus 88 is going to be your number. Fully unofficial, but yeah, everybody else stayed in front of him. Verbic with that clutch double in the 10th stays at plus 91. Chris Warren's moving up. Bill Watson plus 95. He's going to stay in as well. That's a dead score. So nobody in, nobody out the last game. How about that? Yeah, nobody in, nobody out. Chris Warren down on 1 and 2. Let's just double check that score. Yeah, 243 for Warren, so no problem there.
No problem there.
So, yeah, unofficially, Jim Beaverson. Fully unofficial, Jim Beaverson at plus 88 is going to be your cut number to tomorrow. Jim's going to be doing a little rescheduling. I heard he has a 40th high school class reunion tomorrow. Have to get that fixed around. Randy Weiss, unfortunately, if he strikes out, is going to miss by 2 pins. Michael Haggett. And Randy Weiss will tie for first out if that's the case.
He shot 245.
Oh, did Rich get to 245? Okay, so then Beaverson's out. Yep, so then it's going to be Verbic staying in at plus 91. I did not see the finish for Rich yet, so that's thanks for catching that, Bobby. Yeah. No, I had an eye on him. I just didn't have a final score. There we go, yeah. 245, so that gets him to plus 99. Yeah, so unofficially, okay, that's why we said unofficial. Once we get all the scores, we know. John Verbic at plus 91 is going to be the number. Sorry to get your hopes up there, Jim. You're going to be first out, unfortunately, with Haggett and possibly Randy Weiss tied at plus 86. So it advances around, hitting the lanes tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern time here for the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, and it's actually later this morning for those of us here in the Eastern time zone. Thanks, everybody that's joined us all day, all night long. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate the coverage and appreciate everybody that supported our live stream today. We'll see everybody tomorrow here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. I'm $2 Phil Bradlow. Hey, parents, take the kids bowling because you know they're going to have fun for life. We'll see you tomorrow for most of you, a little later today for some of us. Good night, everybody.
Okay, C Squad, that includes your 8 games qualifying the 2020